Good afternoon and welcome to the Sailplane Grand Prix in Varese in Italy. Just behind you over there is Milan. Behind me you can see Monte Rosa with fresh snow from the storm we had last night. And we have a fantastic new air mess today. The depression has gone through and we've now got high pressure building and a chance of a gin clear sky. And the prospect of some fantastic racing. We have a 250 kilometre task today, and what we're going to do is just run down the grid and have a quick chat with some of the competitors, and hopefully a few more than we did yesterday. And we've got 15 minutes, so we'll wander on down. So Freddie, if you want to join me down here.
Il simpatico commentatore inglese che questa trasmissione va in streaming in internet, naturalmente fa i complimenti alla zona, al percorso.
The sky is very nice.
E fa le sue interviste ai piloti prima di partire.
Am I?
Full of water?
Yes, full of water. At the maximum we can do at this competition. And a nice weather, and I hope we will have good fun.
Excellent. And as a flatlands pilot, the first leg, there's a route to go flatlands or into the mountains?
Yes, I hope there will be some little cumulus, so I will follow the cumulus.
Sounds good. Good luck today. Right. Okay, Freddie. The tow planes are coming, so we'll head off down here a little bit. See if we can find somebody we didn't speak to yesterday. I was hoping we might speak up, but no, we'll wander on down. No Captain Tom, Roland Stuck there, the referee. Let's see if we can find some. Roman. Let's go and have a quick chat with him. Roman, do you have a minute?
Yeah.
Everything ready?
Oh.
And you're full of water?
No, it's like this on this competition. We are not flying with full blast, so we have something in the half, so it's okay.
So you're racing with a specific wing loading?
I fly with maximum wing loading like others, so no changes.
And the weather today?
I don't like the flying in a clear thermal without clouds, so I don't know how it will be working. But usually for me it's better if it's weather with a lot of clouds.
And at the start, will you hold back a little and watch where the others go, or will you go out in front?
I think that usually it's working like this, that everyone wants to be in the front, but sometimes it's not very difficult to catch the good time for arrival. So I think that if somebody is going from behind, it's like this, that he couldn't manage the start.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll expect to see you out in front.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good day.
Bye.
Right, Freddie, let's see where we can grab next. Margot, let's grab Margot. Margot, very quickly.
Yes.
Margot's the president of the club and done a fantastic job organising this event. Tell us a little bit about the club.
The club is the best club of Italy.
Of course.
No, it's a wonderful club that was born in 1961, created by Giorgio and Adele Orsi, and we are trying to keep up the name exactly as it was when it was built, it was created. So.
I have to say, it is one of the most spectacular places I've ever been to. It is absolutely beautiful. And thank you for organising the weather today.
Yes, I put great effort on it, and I succeeded.
Indeed, great. Well, we'll catch up with you later. Thanks, Margaret. Cheers. Right. Right, who we got down here? We got Didier, and we've got our race director, Brian Spreckley. See if we can interrupt these two. Didier and Brian, now we've got you both here.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're getting stressed here, so not too long, yeah?
Not too long on the show. Well,
a short one today.
This man never gets stressed. No.
Maybe it seems to be, but
So what are you up to? What's this?
We are putting this in so it takes a nice picture of this very handsome guy whilst he's flying, yeah? Which is making him very nervous because he's a shy guy and he doesn't like being filmed so much. You get
That's
that? It's true?
Yeah, that was perfect English.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. And are you full of water today?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Today. Yeah. We have to. Yesterday, no.
On the first leg, there seems to be two routes: into the mountains or across the flatlands.
Yes. It's difficult with restricted areas to fly into the mountains. So if it's really better in the mountains, I think it's okay. If not, I don't know. We'll see. And there is another thing is maybe stay with the group because you know.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah. Safety in numbers, absolutely. Great. Okay, well, have a great day, and we'll see you a bit later. Yes. Right. How we got another 7 or 8 minutes. Are you right there, Freddie? Yeah. Right. Giorgio we spoke to yesterday. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with Eric Napoleon here, the French team coach, and Roland Stuck. Gentlemen, can we just interrupt you for a second? No, don't run away, Eric. Come here. And come here, Roland. Please. So Roland Stuck is referee for this event, and we also have here Eric Napoleon, who's the French coach. So what do you think to today?
It looks very good. Blue sky, nice cumulus on the north part. I think it will be a very nice task today.
And Roland, do you think we'll have any problems and need the referee today?
No, I am in holidays here. I'm not here for having troubles.
Sounds good. On the first leg, you've seen the task. Do you think we will see a split in the fleet, so half go to the mountains and half go on the flatlands?
It's going to be difficult at the moment to explain exactly what's happened during the task because we are not in the air, but will be some good decision to leave, to go on the high mountain, I don't know, or straight on the hill. Will be certainly the strict decision of the pilot in few minutes. I don't know what's happened.
Okay, and because everybody at home loved your commentary last year in Sisteron, can you tell us please where the first climb will be?
Yeah, I remember we worked together. It was an exciting time at Sisteron, but you know, I know the country, but here it's pity. I know nothing, so I'm just a look around.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully you'll come and see us a little later.
I'm ready to learn.
Indeed, aren't we all? Yeah, it's good. Okay, right, so we'll carry on wandering down. Thanks again, boys. Right, who we got here? Zedislav in Zulu Bravo. Haven't managed to talk to him yet. Uli we spoke to yesterday. Ricky's not here in Leo. But we got Carlos Roca. So if you can follow me down here. Carlos from Chile in Papa Golf. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him. There's some trackers going in at the moment. Carlos, do you have a moment?
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Oh, the noise has stopped. That's better with your shirt on. Well, I don't know. I think the girls at home would quite like you with your shirt off. So, we're in Italy. Your home is Chile.
Yep.
How does the mountains here differ from the mountains at home in Chile?
Yeah, we have higher mountains there, and we know them very well. We don't know these mountains, but we're still mountain pilots, so I think we will use the mountains today and hope it will work on the mountains better than in the valley.
That sounds good. So the first leg, we've got a group of mountain pilots and we've got some flatlands pilots, and there seem to be two routes on the first leg. Yeah. Will you stick with the bunch or will you always go to the mountains?
What do you think?
I think you'll go to the mountains.
We'll go to the left. Yes, I will go to the mountains, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. It's easier for us, and also we will have blue thermals, so I don't think it will be easy to find thermals on the valley. Yeah.
Okay, and you're all set?
Yes,
yeah.
Ready.
You got your tracker?
Yeah, there it is.
All being put in, that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
And we got Francois here who's busy doing the trackers, and you're ticking everything off and making sure they're in the right place. It's good news. Great, okay, and full of water?
Yes, full, absolutely.
Great, that's good. Okay, have a great day. See you later. Right, how are we doing for time? So we've got 3 or 4 minutes. Now, the French Mafia down here. Let's see if we can have a word with Christophe Rouche and Maximilian here. Christophe, how are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Yeah.
So how much flying have you done here?
3 flights yet.
3 flights?
Yes.
I've only counted 1.
I was there in May for training for 3 days, and I could fly 2 days. Yeah.
So not bad. So this is not new to you?
Nearly. So yeah, I got quite a bit of experience in May because I was lucky to fly with Peter Hartmann, and he showed me many spots.
Yeah, we're hoping to see Peter later. Have you seen him today?
No, not today. He may come next weekend.
Okay, so I hope he'll give us some tips on where to go in the mountains. That'll be good. Okay, and over here we've got Maximilian.
Hi.
So where's home?
Bordeaux in France.
Bordeaux. Last time I looked, they don't have any mountains in Bordeaux.
They don't have many. We have the Dune du Pilat, which is about as high as the tow plane right now. So no, it's as flat as it can be.
That's the hill.
Yeah, it's more of a hill.
So, as a flatlands pilot, the first leg, you have two routes, flatlands or mountains. Where will you be?
I don't know yet. It'll depend on the weather conditions and what the other pilot will do, but I don't know. We'll see, depending on how it evolves and how the weather works out.
So are you going to stick with the group, or are you going to charge out in front?
Well, I'm pretty... I've only done 3 flights here, so I think I might stay with the group a little bit, at least in the beginning, just to see what options they make and what routes they fly. And then if I become a bit more confident, maybe I'll... Well, it's a Grand Prix. You have to do better than the other pilots, so I'll do my best.
Yes, only points for the first 10 places.
That's true.
Okay, and full of water today?
51 kilograms per square meter, as every day.
Excellent. Good. Okay, well, have a great day, and we'll see you back here later. Right, okay, Freddie, let's... thanks, boys. Let's wander down here. The most relaxed man on the grid, Thilo and his family, and here. Let's go and see if we can have a quick chat. Thilo's now unveiling his secret weapon.
It's not a weapon, not at all. Hi.
Tell us, what's all this going on in the front of your glider?
Well, this is an auxiliary engine. It's called front electric sustainer. It's just in case you're too low and you have to avoid making an outlanding, you can simply switch it on. And it helps you, gives you some more security, but of course as soon as you switch the engine on, the contest is over. So I definitely don't want to use it today. So I just use it as a backup situation.
That sounds good. And the propellers here, they're folded against the side of the glider.
Extremely simple system. It unfolds by centrifugal force, and it's a very small electric engine. It's aerodynamically very clean, very good, so it climbs pretty good. It's fairly silent, so it's good for the environment. And if you fly out of the contest, you can make wonderful flights with it. It's very nice for touring and for exploring new situation. Here, as I said, I just use it as a backup. Beautiful flight, and that's of course always a good start of a contest. So I'm really looking forward to this flight. I think it won't be very easy because we don't fly in the high mountains, and I could imagine that the high mountains suck out a little bit the good air mass. So we really have to make the choice if we shall make a big detour flying over the high mountains, or if we rather stay on track saving kilometers. So I'm not 100% sure. I have 2 options to fly. It will be in any case very interesting, and you know, on a Grand Prix just following the others is not a good idea, so having an own plan is always a smart idea, I think. So let's see. I'm really looking forward to this beautiful day, and with this great scenery over the lakes, and it's a very interestingly set and nice set task. So tonight we will see how it works, but I think we will have a fast race and a real Grand Prix race, so it will be great.
That's fantastic, Thilo. You must have read my script because you've answered all the questions I was going to answer in one sentence. So thank you very much. Have a great day, and we'll call it a day there. Thanks, Freddie. And good afternoon and welcome to the World Final of the Sailplane Grand Prix here at the Aero Club ad Orsi in the district of Varese in Italy. Varese is a beautiful town. It rises from the eastern shore of Lake Varese in the foothills of the Italian Alps. We're about 40 kilometers northwest of Milan, the fashion capital of the world. A truly stunning venue of the 6th Sailplane Grand Prix for our final. To our northwest are the Italian Alps, and to our east is the town of Como and Lake Como. The task today we've got on the screen in front of us starts over the airfield. Benji's just showing you that on the with the pointer, and then we'll be going east 88 kilometers to the first turn point, which is Gandino. From there, this first leg, we've been talking about this on the grid walk. The competitors have got two choices really. They can either turn left about 30 degrees and go into the mountains, or they can go across the flatlands, and there are some hills there. And the consensus seemed to be that what they would probably do is follow the cumulus. And the cumulus, having looked around outside, looked like they're over the mountains rather than on the flatlands. So we're expecting the pilots to go into the mountains. On the first leg, we do have one small problem. There's a big political meeting in Como. So there's a 2 nautical mile exclusion zone to 4,500 feet. They're climbing to 2,000 meters, so 6,600 feet at the moment. So they may be able to fly over the top, but we'll keep you posted about that. From the first turn point, they then head west and again through the mountains across Lake Como and to the second turn point, which is Lavino, and from there down to Alzeti, which is another airfield to our east, and then they'll make their way back to the west again to turn point 4, which is a checkpoint really, and it's the Varese Hospital, so it's 5 kilometers from the airfield, and from there they'll come across the finish line. For those of you who haven't seen any of our Grand Prix racing before, all the competitors are launched first, and they're all up at the moment. You can see the little flags. They're climbing to our north at the moment, and the majority of them are flying around a mountain called Campo de Fiori, Field of the Flowers, as I'm told it's called. And from there, they're just building their altitude, and we're just checking the altitudes now. Just over 2,000 meters, which is good news for today. We'll talk to you a little bit about the weather. Yesterday, if you joined us, you know the day was cancelled. We had quite a lot of storms yesterday afternoon, and that's cleared away now. We've got a new air mass, a gentle drift from the northwest. For those of you who fly in Europe, you will know that the weather's better when we get a northwesterly airstream. We're expecting climbs up to 2,000 meters, and we're certainly seeing that now. Maybe a little bit more as they go further east, so we'll keep an eye on that. In terms of clouds, we're expecting blue thermals today, and maybe a few cumulus over the mountains. And certainly from the pictures we were seeing earlier, we could see cumulus off to the northwest over Monte Rosa, and when we looked further north, we could see little puffs of cumulus there. So looks like we're set for a good day. The wind's pretty slack on the ground, very, very gentle flow from the northwest. Wind at altitude has swung around from the southwest to the northwest, which is all good news. So just checking where everybody is. On the screen, you'll see on the right-hand side, we've got a bit like a leaderboard, which gives us all of the competitors, and you'll see that some are in bright white and some are greyed out. Each of the gliders has a tracker on board, and we've got a couple of different types of tracker. For today, we need to set your expectations a little low. We've got some tracking problems, but we're expecting some better antennas tomorrow. So we're hoping to give you a more realistic view of what's actually happening. In terms of start time, we know the start's delayed. The earliest we could see a start is 2:15, and we're about 5 minutes delayed in real time. So if you're watching in Europe, that's about 2:20. And Benji's just gone to go and get an update, because we're just mushrooms here. We're wait to be told what is going on. The reason for the delay is some of the competitors have managed to climb very high very quickly, and some are still around the 1,000 meter mark. and we need them to be above 1,500 metres. The maximum start height is 1,500 metres, but we want to make sure that they've got a chance to get to the start line from where they're climbing. Right, just had confirmed that the start time is actually going to be 2:30, when hopefully all the competitors will have had a chance to climb up. And we're just watching here, looking at the group at the bottom here who launched last. They're just over the 1,000 metre mark and slowly ticking their way up. Unfortunately, we appear to have lost the tracker for Sebastian Carver. We know we had a little problem with installing it on the grid, trying to find somewhere sensible in his glider. Again, we'll have a better one for him tomorrow. So total race distance today, 264.8 kilometres, 4 turn points, and then come back into the finish. Just going through the start line procedure, they have a countdown from 20 minutes. That's why we just found out that the start time is now definitely 2:30. And we're just going to change the view a little so you can see the start line. Start line in front of us here is the green box you can see, and the actual turn point, which is at the centre of the start line, is actually right above our heads here on the airfield at Varese. And the lake you can see just in front of it, just to the south of it, is Lake Varese. And you can see the checkpoint, turn point 4, where they'll come back to finish. The little red line in the middle is actually the finish line. So that will help orientate you. The turn points are barrels, a 500 metre radius barrel, marked by a GPS point. There's no particular marker on the ground for the competitors, but they're all using flight computers, which have these marked on, so they know when they're getting close to the turn point and when they're through the turn point to move on to the next one. And we'll just see if we can get Benji to show us a few of the gliders where we know we've got some tracking information, and see if we can see them climbing. There's a group low down. Yeah, we just got a good view coming to you fairly shortly of the gliders climbing on Compa de Fury, just behind the clubhouse. Yeah, there we go. The view now is looking south. So we're looking at the top of the mountain there, Compa de Fury. And I can see Thomas Gostner, Thilo, Maximilian, and Kai Limburg from Germany in there, all just over the 1,000 metre mark, trying to find that really good climb. See Thomas Gostner's running along the ridge in the middle of our screen there, heading to our right. See if he can find something on just on that slightly higher part of the ridge there he's just coming to. And Benji's got a better view for us coming now, which will show off this software that we're using. This is, for those of you who are interested, this is a program called Silent Wings from the guys in Norway. Ola and Thomas have been here helping refine the software while we've been here. They needed some live data and to work out what we were doing with it, and have been incredibly helpful making changes to help us improve the graphics for you. And we've got Brian Spreckley just come to join us and showing him how to key things up. Brian, tell us what's happening.
Hi, Sean. Well, we're sorry about the delay, folks, but we had a problem with the gliders climbing away from launch. We launched the first gliders onto the Campo de Fiori at 1,000 meters, and they were doing very well. And then our sniffer tells us that he's climbing okay in the designated dropping zone, so we launched into there. But it seems that a lot of gliders didn't climb so well there. And we're having to wait till they get a good altitude so that they're able to start with everybody else. But it's not a problem, because from 14:30 they have plenty of time to do the race. But in a moment we're going to have a break in the transmission. We'll tell you when we do it, because we need to switch something over here, and we have then much better coverage with another system, but it means in a few moments we're going to have to show you a webcam or something just for a moment or two. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Thanks, Brian. As ever, with the technology, we have a few glitches which we need to iron out, but we'll get there. But hopefully you're impressed with the graphics so far. So right now we've just got a view of the airfield while we change to the FLAM tracking system, which hopefully will give us a few more pilots for the start. Yeah, we've got a start delayed banner, but my understanding is we're still set for 2:30. That's 2:30 local plus 5 minutes for the delay that we have in the tracking. And we're back to... Is this the FLAM tracking or the track 24 we got now, Benji?
Track 24.
Sorry, it was back with track 24. Kai Lindberg, bottom left-hand corner, Thilo in the distance, and Maximilian low down. So this is a better view. We can see down to the right-hand side of the picture, we've got the start line, and we've got a few of the competitors climbing on the mountain Comte de Fury. And we can see the task off in the distance. You can see 10.1. We need to sort out one of the labels there. It says 2-TP1. But, one of the little glitches that we'll sort out. And sorry, Brian's coming back.
Hi, Sean. Thought I'd give you a break for a minute. Just tell you what it looks like out there. I'm sure Sean's given you some idea of what it's like here in Varese. But we have beautiful blue sky. We have no cumulus for the moment. A little bit of cumulus forming on the mountains to the north. But when we look along the runway here in Varese into the distance, we can see the Monte Rosa and we can see the cumulus clouds along the mountains. But they're quite low in the mountains, too low for us to fly there today. We expect to get the whole fleet away at 14:30. And we know that there is good soaring down track for the competitors because we can see the gliders at Alzate flying and they're climbing okay. So we have good conditions down there. The competitors will have a difficult decision when they leave because it seems that the conditions south of the mountains with this north wind are not as good as we expected. And so maybe they will go to the north side and try to fly on the north side of the mountains, which is a big decision, because once you're committed to that, you really have to stick with it. I'll hand you back to Sean, and I'll come back to you later once the start line's open and give you an update.
So we've got roughly just under 15 minutes before the start, just working on getting a better picture from the tracking. And as Brian's saying, beautiful blue day. I have to say this is one of the most stunning places I've ever been to. They call it the land of the blue and the green, and it truly is just blue and green. It is and crystal clear sky. Perfect place to go gliding. The club here has got a great deal of history. It was founded by a husband and wife. In 1961, they literally built the airfields themselves. Their local workers, and the family are still, the Orsi family still own the land, and the club is now run by its members. Fantastic facilities. You can see all the hangars we have here, and they've repainted some of the hangars, and for the competitors and the hundreds of people that are helping organise this event, they've got a restaurant, and you can see them all now in the viewing area. Give us a wave, guys. Right, we're just going to see if we can give you some a different tracking system. Benji, any chance of seeing some altitudes at all? 13 odd minutes to go. We've got a little bit of tracking information, just so you've got an idea of the heights that the competitors are at. All the ones which are highlighted, we've got tracking information for the moment. The ones in grey are, we don't have any detail at the moment. They're very high. The system we're using is GPRS, and unfortunately the pilots are flying so high that we're not getting the coverage. The antennas on the top of the mountains point down to cover all the houses and the factories in the local area, but not so good for airliners or gliders that are over 1,500 meters. We're hoping to change that tomorrow, and we have another system which works very well in the local area, which we're going to hopefully change to shortly. But in 2 minutes, we're told 2 minutes for that. So we're just ticking down to the start line, 12 minutes to go, so that gives us a good 10 minutes worth of coverage before the start and the new tracking system when it comes along. We're just hearing in the background that the start line will open in 10 minutes. I don't know which watch Giorgio's using, but our start time says 11 minutes and 34 seconds, but we'll work it out. It's not quite the practice day, but that's what we're doing, is practicing for today, and we'll have better information over the next few days. So bear with us today. Now looking at the altitudes, Giorgio Galetto. I wonder if we can go and find out where he is. Benji, if we can go to Giorgio Galetto, he's 2,000 meters, top of the pile. We'll just change to Giorgio. We're just playing with the graphic system here, and we'll change the view as soon as we can. What we really like to see is the gliders climbing, a group of them. That looks good, Benji, if we can change to this one. Doesn't have to be perfect, just here we go. We've got a better group here, and we'll just zoom in and change the view again. And send that. We have two screens here. One is a director's screen. Benji's operating, changing the view, and he can then send it to the screen that you see and I'm looking at. So at the moment the gliders are a little bit further north in the mountains from Varese. We're about 20 kilometers away from the start line at 2,000 meters. The maximum start height is 1,500 meters, so they'll need to burn that altitude off and get back to the start line. And we're around 9-10 minutes before the start. And that's a nice view you've got there for us, Benji, of the gliders climbing on top of Competa Fury. It looks like there's a bit of a bowl there. With the gentle breeze that we've got, the sunshine in there, that'll be a good source of a climb. And hopefully there's a transmitter or receiver up there that's giving us the tracking. So at the moment, top of the stack is Giorgio Galetto. What we can do is to change to the screen that shows us distance from the first turn point, which will be the start. So we'll just change that menu. That's good. And we'll just send that to the screen. Yeah. No, that didn't work, Benji. Okay, so we're going to change to a view of the airfield for a moment while we change the tracking system. Bear with us. In the centre of the picture, looking almost due north, is the clubhouse, and to the left, the hangars. And we can see puffy cumulus over the mountains behind us. Beautiful blue sky. Just changing the tracking on my left-hand side. It's great having all these technical boffins around to help us out with this. We were hoping to use FLAM tracking all week, and the team here have worked very hard to put transmitters on all the key mountains, but unfortunately we haven't been able to get the range, so we're changing to another system. Brian's back with us.
Hi, Sean again. Yeah, I just explained a little bit about what's happening. We have a FLAM system. The FLAM is a proximity warning device in the gliders, which transmits the glider's position all the time. And this transmits to ground stations, and we're picking up the information from the ground stations, which we then feed into the tracker program. The problem is that we've had some real problems with the FLAM system, and so we decided at the last minute that we would switch to a satellite system, which was fine, because we know the satellite system works really well. Satellite system was ordered, and it turned up with all our nice little yellow boxes, but unfortunately the antennas didn't come. And we know that the antennas are in a box in a freight shed in Cologne, and they should have been here on Friday, but they will be here, we pray, tomorrow morning, and once they get here we will have full coverage for you. We also put small trackers in the gliders, which are GSM trackers. They work off the mobile phone system, and these can work very well, but here in Italy the antennas for mobile phones are angled downwards, and what we can see already is that with this tracker information the gliders are lost. The sailplanes, we lose their position almost immediately when they climb above about 1,200 meters. So the guys, our guys here from Silent Wings, our technicians, they seem to have fixed one of the problems with the FLAM system, and it looks like we're going to be back on business with that, with most people, and we're going to have a good altitude information from them. And as always with these things, the miracle happens just before the start opens. Yeah? So we will be very pleased to refresh the feed in a few moments, and we hope that from now on you will be able to enjoy the action. There is a chance that during the course of the race we lose some of this FLAM information, but you never know. If we're really lucky, it might just keep on working all the time. So I'm going to hand you back to the commentary team and the tracker, and wish you a good afternoon. I'll come back to you and give you an update once we see what the race is, how the race is going.
Thanks, Brian. We've got much better signal now from the FLAM system. The antenna's right on top of the hill here, so hopefully we'll get a much better signal as they come into the start line. And you see all of the competitors now up on Competitive Fury, heading now towards the start area, burning off the altitude that they've got. If you remember, the maximum altitude is 1,500 meters, and they also have a maximum speed at the start line, a ground speed of 170 kilometers an hour, or 90 knots. And for those of you thinking plumbers units for altitude, 1,500 meters is about 5,000 feet. So the competitors making their way towards the start area, with 3 minutes and 20 odd seconds to go, if we've got our timing right. Benji's in the driving seat, and he's got another view, and we can see there's actually two groups here. There's a group that are quite a long way to the northwest and now making their way back towards the starting area, and we've got 4 or 5 gliders, including Sebastian Karwar, Thilo, Kai Limburg, Thomas Gostner, and Zidislav from Poland as well in there. Haven't spoken to him yet. I understand he doesn't speak a great deal of English, but we'll try and see if we can have an interview with him and Sebastian, who does speak very good English, and find out a little bit more about him. You can see the fleet now spreading out and roaring towards this group that are climbing on Competitive Fury. The start line is just off to our left-hand side, so we're just going to try and zoom out so you can see where they're going to go to. Thanks, Bench. That's great. So you can see them all climbing above the mountain there, 1,700 meters now, so they've still got quite a lot of height to burn off in the next 2 minutes. And they have to be very careful of the speed across the start line. A couple of other rules for Grand Prix racing is in the last 5 minutes, they must be behind the line and they mustn't turn right. And this is so everybody's turning the same way, turning left. So it's a safety precaution. So as they come off the top of the mountain, they'll come south and then turn left across the start line. And we're expecting them all to be pretty close to the mountain, or the mountain side of the start line, and then go back to the mountains. Also, although some of the flatlines pilots, if they can see some cumulus off in the distance, they may go straight. And that could be the story of the start of this race. Down the first leg, we've got an area of airspace that the guys have to avoid at Como, where there's a big political meeting going on, 2 nautical mile radius there. So they could either go south of it or north of it. That's been one of the big talking points for the start. So just coming into the last minute or so of the race here. Benji's giving us a better view, and you can see as they come piling over the top of Campo de Fury, heading towards the start line. Young Rasmus from Denmark on the eastern side, and Ricky Brigladori from Italy on the western side. They're all streaming in towards the line, trying to judge the time here. A number of them have got LX9000 units in their gliders that give them a countdown to the start line, both altitude and also their start speed. So with 20 seconds to go now, if we've got our timing right, hopefully we have, we should see them go across the line. Other people in a good spot there is Tom Claffey, Roma Merchik from the Czech Republic, and Peter Panik there from the Czech Republic as well. Karl Lindberg from Germany. Carlos Roca is not far away there. And Rasmus is heading towards the line. And start gate is open and he's through. Good start from the young gun from Denmark. Now you would think that everybody would want to be first across the start line. But actually with this type of flying, it's better to be with the main group and then as the race progresses, work your way through. So Sebastian Carvar's the expert at this. He tries to be higher than everybody else and just hang back and watch what's going on, and then when he's happy, he makes the move. Benji's putting us in the seat of the pilot. Tell us which one you got there, Benji. It's actually Christophe Abaday. Down the bottom left-hand corner. We're getting the hang of this, the labels that we've got here. We've got lots of buttons to press. Christophe Abaday is a flatlands pilot, so talking to him earlier. He's done quite a bit in the mountains. Looking forward to doing Grand Prix. This is his first Grand Prix final. Ground speed 120, 130 kilometers an hour building now, and his altitude is spot on. So just a little way behind the leading pack. You can see all the other competitors out in front of you. Mountains to the left, lakes to the right, and looking at the next view, you can see they've gone through the start line and they've actually all now headed towards the mountains. So there's a flock culture here. Everybody's flying together, trying to stay together. Cumulus must be on the mountains. One of the things that we're working on is to try and get some weather onto this screen as well, but that's a really, really big job to do. But we can tell you from having looked outside that there are 1 to 2 eighths of cumulus on the hills, nothing in the valley. So they're making their way down to where we think the first climb will be, which will be Mont Saint-Georges. And to do that, they're staying to the right. You would think that they would go hard left, but actually there's a piece of airspace, Lugano
airspace, one of the big airports servicing Milan here, nearby, 40 kilometers away, Milan. So they have to go around the bottom of the airspace. And we'll expect, as they're heading towards the mountain, or the mountains here, we expect them to turn left and take their first climb on Mont Saint George. And if they've got enough altitude and they can push on, there's another mountain the other side of the valley, Mont Generoso. Oh, don't quite know where Thilo flew off to then, but no doubt we'll get him back. Here he is, back in the pile there. One of the problems with this technology, as they start to go out of range of the flam on the top of the local mountain here, we may start to lose a few positions, in which case what we might have to do is to change to the other tracking system. But we'll bear with us and we'll keep you posted. Perhaps what we could do is look at a leaderboard, Benji, and just see who's closest to 10.1. We'll see that off in the distance. It's just working the magic buttons here. Rasmus still out in the lead there. Roma Mercek, another young guy from the Czech Republic. Ricky Brigliadori from Italy, chasing hard. We're just waiting for that menu to come up. So nobody stopped and climbed yet. Ah, fantastic. Well done, Benji. So that's actually telling us that Tom Claffey's out in front. So maybe the view that we've got... oh, I know why. We've lost the tracking for Rasmus and... There we go. Yes, it's all pretty close, and that's one of the reasons why it's all swapping around. Perhaps you can give us a view of the side as they come onto this mountain, where we hope we'll see them climb. Well, they may actually, if there's a decent line of lift along the spine here, we may see them run along the spine before they take a climb. Yeah, Benji's just changing the view. We're coming to us real soon now. At least he's doing this firsthand this time. Last time we did this, he was talking on the telephone to somebody in Paris who was driving the screen. This time he's actually sat next to me, and it looks like they have stopped and they're climbing. We're just going to try and change the view now. And here we go. Yeah, we can see the first climb. Ricky Brigliadori at the top of that climb. Who else we got in there? Carlos Roca, René Vidal, Uli Schwenk is in there. Basically the whole lot are piling in now. I'm just looking to see who's at the top. It's still saying Tom Claffey's the closest. Perhaps we can change to altitude. See, that's great. Ricky Brigliadori at the top of the pile. And one thing to note for the guys at Silent Wings, the label at the top says altitude all the time, even when we change to distance. Yeah, they're all nodding. I think they've already fixed it in the background. Sebastian's now joined in this pile. I'm just trying to look to see where he is. They're all pretty close. They're all 1,400, 1,500 meter mark. What we're also hoping to do is to have some local pilots that know the mountains here. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to go and fly, so they're going to be in one or two places here. So they're either in Mont Saint George or Mont Generoso. About 78 kilometers to go, and this leg is 88 in total, so 10k first glide. So they're just getting comfortable enough to make the next jump across the next valley. No doubt Brian will pop his head back round the door in a minute and let us know what's going on. And we should have Giorgio Ballaretti, who's race director, who's going to come along. He's a local pilot, also been the Italian team captain in the past. loves to go flying, loves these mountains, local club member. So we're hoping to see if he comes along and tell us a little bit more about where they might go next. We're also expecting some other guests this week. We know he was very popular last time, my sister on, Eric Napoleon. We're hoping he might pop in and give us a few words as well. Although, as we was talking to him on the grid earlier, he says he hasn't flown here, but he would be able to give us an insight into how the French team are approaching this Grand Prix. Different style of flying from normal. Benji's got a better view now. Riccardo Brigliadori at the top of the stack, looking down, seeing all of the others. So when will Ricky leave, do you think? Do we have a climb rate at all? Can we have the still at the bottom? 1.6 meters. We can see on the other screen. Here we go. Thanks, Benji. That's great. So distance left to go, 252 kilometers. Flying in the thermal, 74 kilometers an hour. And just coming up to the 1800 meter mark. 1.8 meters. That's not too shabby. And it looks like he may have stopped at the top of the climb, and let's see if they leave now. The others still climbing below. Benji looking for the next screen to show us, see if we can see them leaving. There may well have actually been a couple that didn't stop at that climb and pushed on. And Brian's back with us.
Hi again. The system that we're using at the moment is the FLAM system, and the guys are about to change antennas because they're ground-based antennas, and we have one on top of the Campo de Fiori mountain here in Varese, and the next one is near to the F in Alzate, and they are moving from one to the other, so there's a good chance we'll lose some guys. I'm just come to help Sean out because he's suffering from serious frustration when he's trying to explain what's happening and people keep disappearing. Yeah? But I'm sure we'll keep him going this afternoon on that. As you can see from the visuals here, the route they're taking is along the edge of the mountains, just above the, not really flatlands, but more or less flatlands running south into Italy. And this pre-alp region is very good for soaring. The gradient wind is northerly, but as the temperature rises and the thermals get better, the local wind on the hills will be from the south. So as they are flying to the east, the conditions should get better all the time. They should be able to get higher and they should find stronger thermals. But they're going okay at the moment. The conditions at the moment are completely blue. There's no cumulus to mark the thermals. There's no markers for them to aim at. So they're having to fly from one part of the mountain to the next. And you can see the route they're taking. Looking for the southwesterly facing slopes with the sun. You see everybody's just cruising gently up the slope there. They're not getting very high above the mountaintop, so they're not flying too fast. And they'll climb up there, and when they get some altitude, move on to the next mountain to the east. Nobody seems to be making a break for it. Nobody seems to be trying to go a different direction. First day, take it easy. Tactically, important to stay together in this situation. It's looking a little bit like the Tour de France at the moment, when we've got no breakaway group and everybody's sticking together and watching what everybody else does. I think we'll start to see some action when they come around the first turning point and start to come back. Then they'll break up a little bit, and we might see one group head much further to the north in the mountains. Giorgio, our local chief pilot here and local expert in flying in these conditions and great competition pilot, I'm sure he's going to have something to say about the tactics after the turn. So what do you think, Sean? They're going okay? They're looking good here at the moment?
Yeah, we were talking earlier about whether they would go north or south of the the airspace at Como. I just saw off in the distance in a previous view the bottom of Lake Como, and it looks like they're heading north. So they're running along the spine here and hopefully get a climb on the top of the hill here to be able to go over the top of the airspace, the straightest route.
Yeah. That's right. The problem we have this weekend is that there is a small piece of prohibited airspace been put in place just over the lake of Como. And this airspace is, for us, it's 2 nautical miles radius, and it goes up to 4,500 feet. And it's exactly on the route that we would normally want to fly. This gives the guys, all of the pilots, a bit of a problem because they must decide whether they're going to go north of it, south of it, or if they can have enough altitude to pass over it. If they can pass over it, that's great because they don't need to make any diversion. But if they touch it, if they sink into it or touch it, for them the day is over. It's finished. They get outlanded to that point, they score only a few kilometers, and then they are really out of the game. But in Grand Prix racing, you can score 0 points one day and you can win the next day and you can still be in the competition. It's a great scoring system because it really gives a big reward to the people who take the chance, who take the opportunity when they can to get ahead. And it doesn't really mean that in this competition that having a bad day means you can't win it. It's nice to see they're coming together now on the top. We still don't see a breakaway group. And I'll hand you back to Sean to take you on to the next turning point.
Thanks, Brian. I think we lost a little bit of the audio there, but hopefully we're back now. As Brian was saying there, nobody's really making a break for it, although we can see Thilo is just a little bit further towards the turn point, and he's trying to find a climb a little bit further to the east of the main group. Kai Lindberg is probably the southernmost of the pilots, just trying to make his own way. Just behind him you can just see Lake Como, so he's flirting with danger a little bit there. He needs to come north or climb to be able to go over the top of the airspace. The rest of the pack are quite a long way north, and if they headed straight for the turn point, you can see off in the distance, the middle top of the screen, they would just about clear the airspace there. And with the altitudes that they're at, Peter Panak there at 1,860 metres, and Ricky Brigadori 1,700 metres, they should be able to fly over the top of the 4,500 foot airspace. Sorry, Benji's just pointing out to me that we're going to go to Thilo, who's gone round this big hill. He's way down, 1,378 metres, busy looking for a climb in the valley. He's going to have to try and work his way to one of the spines there, which will kick off one of the thermals. Very, very light winds, as we were talking about before, so no dynamic lift as such, no ridge lift. So he's really looking for thermal, so looking for the chimneys. We're just going south now to look at Kai Lindberg. Has now managed to get himself up to 2,000 metres and is now heading towards the second turn point, so making his break past the airspace at Como. We don't have a graphic, unfortunately, to show you the area of the airspace that they have to go around, something for an improvement for later perhaps. So to the north we've got Sebastian, Ricky Brigadori, Thilo, who we know is low down in the valley, and Kai Lindberg, who's managed to find a decent climb a little further south. And the rest of the pack still climbing. Benji's just looking at the altitudes, and they're around the 1,800 metre mark now. But this group is setting off into the distance. Rasmus, who is one of our early leaders, he's even further south. If we can get his altitude, that would be great. And to the bottom right hand corner of the screen is Lake Como, and the town of Como is actually off the bottom corner of the screen on the right. Thilo's managed to find a climb and is up to 1,500 metres, so that's a couple of hundred metres since we last saw him. Looking at the altitudes there, René Vidal, he's great. Oh yes, he is 1,845 metres. We just got a signal back from him, but he's at the back of the group now. Not necessarily last, but because he's got the altitude, he can use that altitude and turn it into speed and get catch the rest of the fleet up. In fact, I think we've got one of the screens we can show is a total energy screen, which will give us a combination of height and distance to show us who's actually in the lead based on total energy. And whilst the label's wrong, I can tell you the total energy calculation is right, and according to that, Kai Limburg, who we saw earlier to the south of track, was doing very well, and now Christophe Abadé as well, and Ricky Brigadori, René Vidal from Chile, using total energy, combination of altitude and distance, is showing us in the lead. Again, a little glitch we'll sort out for next time. Sebastian Carva, currently in 7th. He won't be too worried about that. We've seen this before where he likes to be in the first third. He likes to be high and watch what's going on. And almost as if he gets bored, he changes gear and overtakes everybody. So we'll wait to see that. Sebastian, of course, was second in the last Grand Prix, and the winner of the one before that. This is the 6th Sailplane Grand Prix. Sailplane Grand Prix racing has been going for 10 years now. Sometimes we have a championship every 2 years, and sometimes, like this year, we try and cram in all of the qualifiers and have a final at the end of the year. Although in Europe that's quite difficult for us to do, and this is probably the latest in the year we could do it. And we've been very fortunate to have a great venue of Varese and have some great weather. And for the rest of the week it's looking pretty good too, which is good news. All the thunderstorms from the weekend have gone away. So back to the race. We're just going to have an overhead view, because it looks like Didier and René Vidal and Ricky Brigliadori are now starting to make a little bit of a break for it. Just getting the view perfect. Doesn't need to be too perfect, Benji. There we go. So looking at the picture, to the left-hand side is the west, north is at the top of the screen, and the turn point is over to the right-hand side. And in distance terms, it looks like Laurens Hudrien actually is doing pretty well. But what we could do is looking at the altitudes, and we'll just try and change the screen to it so it, whilst it says altitude, it really will be altitude. So René Vidal at the top of the pile, but out in front we can see Laurens Hudrien, but he's down at 1,475 metres. Now Laurens, he won the qualifier in Worcester in South Africa. Laurens is South African, and that's his home airfield, where it was low and very, very fast. I believe one of the days they managed to do a task at, was it 190 kilometres an hour? Benji, can you remember that? Yeah, he's nodding, so that's good news. Yeah. This terrain is a little different from Worcester. But it looks like he's stopped and is starting to climb. Well, he's certainly found some energy there. René Vidal, yes, okay, top of our screen on the left-hand side, with a group of others busy climbing. Can we zoom in on that group? Talking to René earlier, he was saying he likes the mountains, but he said that they're not steep enough for him. Where he flies in Chile, we were there 2 or 3 years ago, and they must be the steepest mountains I've ever seen. It's like a wall that they fly along. So he's saying that these are a bit more like rounded hills. There's a better view of that group climbing. So no clear pattern emerging yet. we'll try and do is work out how far they've got to go. We've got a distance label. Just change that now. Right, so out in the lead with the 53 kilometres to go is Kai Limburg. And we're sat on the tail of René Vidal at the moment, and he's back in 11th place at the moment with the others out in front. And Brian's back. You're going to tell us what's happening, Brian?
Well, I think you know more about what's happening at the moment, Sean. I did want to say that we understand that we have a problem with our German viewers, and we believe the problem is that the video streaming is blocked by YouTube for transmission in Germany. And we're working on that to see what can be done. In the meantime, we've put an address on our Facebook page and on Twitter where you can see the raw data. Unfortunately, there's no ID and it's nothing like the same, but at least you can see what's happening. We hope that we can fix this YouTube problem sometime during the transmission, but let's wait and see how we get on with that.
Right, they're now crossing Lake Como. So they're about a third of the way down the, well, just over a third, maybe halfway down the first leg. 88 kilometres is first leg, and from there they'll turn around almost back on themselves and come back on a similar route. Past the airfield here, 100 kilometres to Lavino, and from there they have a 45 kilometre leg back towards the airfield, past the airfield, and then there's a 30 kilometre leg with a check turn just to straighten them up before they come back towards the airfield. So we'll just see if we can give you an overhead view of with the trails on, so we can see where everybody is. So with the turn point, that'll be great. And I'm joined by Giorgio Ballaretti, who's our race director. Have I got that right this time?
Yeah, it's right.
Yes. So, Giorgio, I know you haven't had much chance to see where we are with the screen. On the right-hand side of the screen, we've got the first turn point, and we've got the group of gliders. The first leading pack have crossed Lake Como. Here, they've gone north of the airspace, although we're not quite sure what's happened with Tom Claffey down at the bottom of the screen there. From here, they're all around the 2,000 meter mark. Where would you expect them to go from this position?
Well, it's a beautiful system. It's the first time I see it, but I think they are in very good position. So the only one who is a little bit in trouble is the one on the southwest side of the screen. The others, they are approaching high mountains, which normally gives very good condition for thermaling, and I expect that they will climb at least at 2,500 meters, maybe even more.
And the mountain that they're flying on here is this who are we? Monte San Primo?
Yeah, they are approaching Monte San Primo, which is a special mountain because it's just in the middle of the two legs of the Como Lake. And it's normally it's a very good condition over there, but it's tricky because you need to come high enough to get the thermal, and they are at the right altitude. So I think they are in very good position.
And the next area where it's important to get it right is when they cross the Arda River.
Exactly.
Yeah. And as they cross the Arda River, do you think they will go to Montgrinier, or do you think they'll go straight on?
I think they will go to Montegrigna, yes, because they will try to stay as north as possible inside all this valley that we can see on the right upper part of the screen. And that area is good for thermals, but it's not landable at all. So they need the altitude to stay out of trouble and to go straight on to the turning point.
That's fantastic. So on a day like today, if you were flying for yourself, Is this the kind of route that you would take?
Yeah, that's exactly the track I would take, because it's just straight on to the turning point. It keeps you very high with the altitude because the mountains are high, and so the condition the weather, the thermals are starting from the top of the mountain, and they climb more than if you fly south. This means for a glider pilot that you can keep going straight on to the turning point without thermaling too much.
Okay. One of the things we've been experimenting with is we've now got a pointer on the screen, which hopefully you can see at home. Yeah. And I believe that this is the Arda River.
Exactly
here. And the Bergamont Valley, which will come into play shortly, is the area here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you're right.
So we're expecting them to take a track across to the north, almost directly towards the turn point now.
Exactly, because with the altitude they gain, they can go inside those valleys, staying over the ridges and getting all the good condition. Because today, with a little bit north wind, all the valleys at the lower part of the atmosphere, it's very gusty and it's very tricky to climb up. If you stay over the mountains, then it's pretty easier and much faster. That's the most important thing.
And do you think they will glide and climb, or do you think they'll just work the ridges?
Probably they will follow the ridges, because they will find along the ridges some clouds, some cumulus clouds, which is a very good indication for a glider pilot of where the lift are, and probably they will keep going on quite fast and almost straight on up to the turning point.
Yeah, what we'll do is actually, if we ask Benji to give us some of the graphics on the bottom of the screen of a couple of the leading competitors, we'll be able to see the speed that they're travelling at, which will give us an indication of whether they're using the ridges or the convergence that's coming off the top of the spines.
Yeah, it can happen also to have a different air mass between the mountains, with fresh and clear air mass, and the air mass from the flat country, so the south part of the area, and this can create a convergence line, which is pretty useful for a glider pilot.
Okay, so Benji's changed the view for us.
Nice,
so
very nice.
Well, we're tied to one of the gliders, Sebastian's glider and Uli's glider.
Uli's turning, very nice. Getting a thermal. This mountain where they are now turning is Cornizzolo, which is a mountain. In reality, this is not Cornizzolo; it's just the mountain beside that. The name is Corni di Canzo, and it's a special mountain because it's very rocky on top, and so it gives very good condition. But again, you need to be at the right altitude, otherwise you can be a little bit blocked below. But they are in good position.
Yeah, Benji's just got a couple of the pilot data along the bottom of the screen, and we can see that Christophe Abadé, actually his ground speed's just disappeared, but he was doing 140 kilometers an hour earlier, so it looks like he's been running along the ridges. This other group in the middle of the screen looks like they're stopping and climbing before they cross the Arda River. I think that's the Arda River in the bottom there.
Yep, exactly. That's Lecco city at the center of the screen now, and then the river going to the right high corner.
Great, thank you very much for that. So they're just climbing, getting a little bit of altitude there. So all around the 2,000 meter mark.
It looks a very good day, huh?
Yeah.
It looks like.
Well, why are we in here then, if it's such a good day?
Yeah, we should be flying. It would be much better.
Yeah. So top of the pack at the moment is Sebastian and Riccardo.
Yeah.
2,000 meters. What sort of height do you think they'll climb to before they leave?
Probably here they can get 2,200, 2,300, because this is the last mountain until the flat. So they are not exactly in the perfect place. Now that they will cross the lake, after crossing the lake, it's a tricky decision to stay left inside the high mountain or to follow the ridges on the right side. This is a tricky decision to take, and you have to take from this point, because if you go left at the beginning, then it's difficult to go right, and the opposite as well.
Yeah, and looking at the pilots that are top of the stack here, Ricky's a local pilot.
Yeah.
In fact, we're flying back towards his airfield.
Exactly. Ricky born and flew all his life in Alzate Brianza, which is also a turning point today, the last one before the arrivals. And so he knows this area since he was a child.
And we've had a number of the competitors have been here for a while. I know Sebastian's been here for a week or so. Some of the other pilots came earlier in the year. Christophe Rouche came to fly for 3 or 4 days.
Yep.
Were you guiding them then?
I glided with them, not here because I had no time, but around the world. But it's for sure it's good to come to a new place, to test the area, to have some indication about what happens during the days, and this is important for a pilot.
Well, that's great.
Ricky.
So, yeah, Ricky.
This place is a special place. We call it Tavolino Verde. It's not a mountain. It's just a place where is a restaurant on top of the ridge, and it's a special place for getting a good thermal. And Ricky knows it for sure, absolutely. And so probably he's pointing there to climb and cross the mountains.
Okay. So we were just running out of tracking information, so that's why we're losing a bit of the screen.
Yeah, that area, it's a little bit complicated because there are big antennas, radio antennas, and probably this is blocking a little bit the GPS of the gliders. So even the pilot at the moment could lose the GPS signal. So he has to look out and recognize the mountains with the map and fly like it was in the past, at the beginning of gliding. Nobody had a GPS or something like that. They all flew with a map, clock, and compass.
Yes, it's all gone a bit haywire, but hopefully tomorrow we'll have some of this technology sorted out. Perhaps what we could do instead is talk about a typical flight from Varese. So if you were a visitor coming to Varese, where would you go?
Normally we try to go into the high valleys, high mountains, because the scenery is fantastic. And so the direction of the flights are normally from Varese toward northeast to Austria, the Austrian boundary, Bolzano and then Austrian boundary, or to the west to the Aosta Valley, the Monte Rosa, Mont Blanc, and so on. So we have very good and very big mountains, and it's very close to Varese, close with the glider for sure, and it's good. Because the scenery is something unbelievable, especially in a day like this one, where the visibility is almost the same we can see here on the artificial reality.
Yeah. So from here, it's possible to make a flight to the French Alps?
Sure, we did many times. My personal longest flight was up to Aspres-sur-Boche at the end of the mountains in France, in Provence. And then back to Bolzano, and then back to Monte Rosa, and then back here in Varese. It was 1,030 kilometers.
Oh, fantastic, well done. We've got a little bit of tracking information back, and we're sitting on the tail of Sebastian. Perhaps we can get his data just coming to you now. So he's actually flying quite slowly, somewhere between 80 and 150 kilometers.
Now it's in a tricky position, Sebastian, because the altitude is not bad, but it still have no clear idea of what he is going to do. You see in front and at the center of the screen this valley going out to the flat. That valley brings to Valbrembo airfield. It's just out of that valley. So about safety, it's no problem because he has the altitude and is very close to the airfield. But for the gliding performance, you need to make a choice to go left or to go right. That position in the middle is not exactly the best one.
So if you were flying here, you'd turn left here.
You see he's turning left. Yeah. He's going to the left. So he took his decision. Right now it's in time. So he will go to that mountain on the left of the screen, and then he will try to get a thermal over there and to cross the other valley to reach the turning point.
I think he must be watching the tracking in his glider.
Maybe he has something in his glider. Listen to us.
Maybe. So this ridge we can just see in front of him. Is this a particularly good place to climb, or does he need to
jump
across
but
the
it's
next
not
valley?
easy because you are crossing mountain at 90 degrees angle. So you're not flying along a ridge. You are just crossing the ridge. And so you need to cross at the right place to get the right thermal. Otherwise, you could lose some time to find the right place.
So the technique is to fly up and down the spines rather than across. But because the turn point is across,
exactly,
he's got to try and find the right spot.
Yeah, sometimes what we do is we go out of track to the left or to the right a little bit. We reach the ridge of the mountain, and then we fly along the ridge for some kilometers to get finally the good thermal, climb, and then cross to the next ridge. But doing it always 90 degrees, it gives you only a one chance, because when you reach the ridge, or you get a thermal, or you just have to continue. So for this reason, mountain pilots, experienced mountain pilots, never fly just 90 degrees to the ridge. They always try to fly a little bit along the ridges.
Okay, well, I'm learning something. That's good news. So would you tend to turn up the hill or down the hill?
Normally, my technique is downhill. So I prefer to reach the highest point I can, and after I reach it, then I try to go where the mountain is lower, so I always have some spare space between the mountain and me.
And it looks like Sebastian's nailed it first
he got
time.
The thermal.
He's 1.5, 2 meter climb. Yeah, so slow down. Maybe he only needs one chance.
The average speed is very interesting because it's very good. I didn't expect to have such an average speed at this moment, because they started at lower altitude and then they have to gain altitude, and then the fast part of the flight starts. To have this average at the moment, it's already very good.
Yeah. So Sebastian's been spotted. Giorgio Galetto and Didier House from France are on their way. René Vidal. They're all coming across the valley. They've seen Sebastian climbing. He's done all the work. He's found the spot, and they're racing towards him.
Sure. Normally, a glider pilot is looking out to see other gliders, or maybe some birds, eagles or falcons, and so on. This area is full of this kind of bird, and these birds, they use the same energy we use, the thermal energy. And for this reason, for the glider pilot, when we see a bird turning inside the thermal, it's a clear indication that there is a condition we can use.
Yeah, we're just settling the screen down. When it's we attach ourselves to one of the gliders, and if the tracking is lost, then we end up going with the glider wherever that happens to be. We can now see a better picture. We can see Sebastian at the top of the climb. Peter Panek is in there. Just trying to see some of the other labels, but we're on the back of Carlos Roca here. His average speed so far has been 85.4 kilometers an hour for the task. We're just over halfway down the first leg. They're crossing the Arda River, and the next area is quite tricky because there's no big mountains. We're down in the sort of the hills area, and the Bergamont Valley, which
exactly. We have several valleys in this area. The first one they are going to cross is the Val Brembana, and then they will cross also the Val Seriana. That is the next one, and then finally they will reach the turning point. All this area, unfortunately, is absolutely not landable. So pilots must take take care about their altitude, to be always sure they can exit the valley, reach the flat area where they can find airports, for sure, airstrips, and also some good fields in case they need to outland.
But the altitudes they've got at the moment, all around the 1700 to 2000 meters.
It looks good. I don't see big trouble.
Yeah. So Sebastian and Ricky Brigliadori climbing now. So 2,200 meters for Sebastian. Is that enough to make the turn point and get back again?
No, because you have to cross too many valleys, and I believe during the straight part of the flight, where they lose altitude to gain speed and to move, I believe with this wind probably they will descend quite fast. So I'm sure they need another thermal before leaving this area. So with this altitude they can go to the turning point, is sure, But then if they don't climb, they have to choose the other way. So the way to the south, the way that we can see in the upper part of the screen, the right upper part of the screen. So they will come back to the first hills on the flat. If they get another thermal around the turning point area, then they can come back from this way they did now.
Okay. Just losing a little bit of tracking information, but we know Sebastian was up around 2,200 meters, and it's probably because he's set off now that we've lost his tracker. Thomas Gostner, we can see, we're just changing the view. Sorry, no, Benji's saying no. We'll stick with this view for the moment. You can see the gliders we do have information for are in the brighter colours, and the ones where the tracking information has stopped are greyed out, which makes it a little tricky for us to commentate on. But we can guess about what they will do, looking at the picture in front of us. It looks like the terrain to the right-hand side of the track, in the middle of our screen, sort of the third down from the top, there's a ridge line that's almost going in the direction of...
Yes, this ridge, on the south side of this ridge, you can see the Bergamo city. There is also a big airport, Oriol Serio, for airlines. In that area is the Bergamo city. So this line of hills, high hills, because they are around 1,000 meter, 1,300 meter, it's good, but it's a little bit out of track. So they will use them if they are low, because they have the flat very close, and so they with low altitude they can still going on. If they get in good condition with the altitude, I'm sure they will cut inside the valleys, inside the mountains.
So a little bit further to the left of our picture, where the route is not quite so clear,
exactly.
They'll need to go from ridge to ridge rather than along a ridge.
Exactly. That's the tricky point of this area. When you go east or west, the valley are not aligned with your track. They are just 90 degrees. So you just pass across. And this is something makes things more interesting, at least, because you need to climb sometimes. And then the choice of where to point, it's really important. So in this kind of flight, experience on the area can be really useful.
So we expect when we get the tracking back that Ricky will be in the mix.
Yeah, Ricky is always in the mix because he's a very good pilot. I flew with him many times in the past, and I know him very well. He's he has a lot of instinct, so he takes decision quite fast, and normally he is right.
That's good. We're just looking at another screen at the moment, and we're just going to change to it so I can ask a question. Just to the north of the track here, there's a very deep valley you can see in the top left-hand corner. Valtellina. Would they use this at all, or is that too far?
It's too far for us to follow them on the tracking system, but it's also non-common in this period of the year to fly inside very high mountains. Imagine that valley, the mountains you see, they are all more than 3,000 meters, and in this season, during September, normally you don't have so high ceiling, and for this reason we choose to concentrate on the lower parts, because they should be more useful for us in this period.
And with the forecasts for the rest of the week?
Looks, I'm touching wood, we say like that in
English? Yes, yeah.
It looks nice, but I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get unlucky after that.
Yeah. And the maximum altitude we would see this week?
Maybe today we will see when they will be a little bit more inside the mountain, maybe 2,500, even more, it's possible. Today is a very nice day because yesterday we have this wind coming from the northwest that clear up all the air mass, and so today the conditions are very nice. Probably during the week the condition will stay stable, but they slowly they will reduce their intensity.
Thank you. And I think we've got Brian stepped back into the room. Have you got anything to tell us, Brian?
Yeah,
just a second.
Okay.
Well done, Giorgio. It's great to hear you giving us a great insight into where they should fly. I've only flown a couple of times here in Varese on long cross country, and that was in the high summer when we took off and flew straight to Monte Rosa at 3,000 meters, but today isn't like that. The countryside looks very exciting to fly over. It's very interesting. The wide valleys that come down into the plain and the narrow valleys a little bit to the north. Anybody who's never flown in a region like this, it's difficult to imagine the combination of the excitement that you get when you find the thermal and you climb up above the hills, and how stressful it gets when you get down below the top and you're looking for the thermal. There's lots of times you have to make some really difficult decisions about what to do next, and the situation changes every few minutes. It's very rare that you can just cruise a little while and not worry about anything. That's one of the reasons that sailplane racing is such an exciting sport. You never quite know what's going to happen. You're always trying to work out what nature's going to do, where the energy is, where the sun's working, where the wind's working. And that's what these guys are doing now. They're looking ahead. They're looking at the mountain slopes. They're trying to work out where the little breezes come up the valley and where they're going to find the energy. We can see that they're quite spread out. Yeah, we can see Sebastian way on the left there, and he's found himself. Look at that run. If he's right, if he's got this right, Sebastian will be able to follow that ridge. You can see him coming onto it now. You can see that the face of the hill is to the west, and there's a bowl shape underneath him, and if he's got it right, there'll be a nice updraft in there, a nice thermal, and he'll be able to maybe stop and climb and circle, but the ridge that runs away to the south of him will probably have thermals all the way along, and he'll be able to drift along the top. Here he is, he stopped to climb. He's found that strong updraft on the top. He's climbing up. I don't know what his vario says, but it'd be interesting to see. Oh, he's climbing at 1 meter at the moment. Mind you, sometimes that's a little bit misleading because it's a little bit slow in responding. But he's climbing well there, and he should be able to get the altitude from there to get into the turning point and back onto the hills again. He'll be looking from there for what's going to be a good run. He'll be looking for a line where he can follow the energy. So when he leaves the top of the mountain, he'll try to line up those peaks. He'll work out where the wind is and where the sun is, and he'll try to drift along slowly, staying all the time in gently rising air so that he doesn't have to climb again. These gliders that they're flying, 18-meter gliders, they'll for every 1,000 meters of height they've got, they can fly about 50 kilometers. And we call this the glide angle. And if he can fly in energy, even energy that's rising at only a small amount, 1 or 2 feet per second, then he can double that glide angle. He can go for 100 kilometers from 1,000 meters. So it makes a fantastic difference. Conversely, if he flies in sinking air sinking just even at 1 or 2 feet a minute, and he's in deep trouble because he's only got 20 or 25 kilometers for 1,000 meters. So he's always thinking about this. He's looking ahead and he's trying to work it out, and he's saying to himself, yeah, okay, I get a bit of energy here, I'll fly along. I will be able to get over there, and I should be able to get there and still have 1,200, 1,100 meters. And he's looking to pick up as much energy as he can on the way. He's only got 9 kilometers to go now to the turning point. He's 2,000 meters of altitude. That should be fairly easy for him to get in the turn, but he's now beginning to think, what do I do when I come out? Where am I going to go? Where's my next thermal coming from? Do I climb again before I go into the turning point, or shall I just run this in? In this turning point, he hasn't got a wind advantage. If the wind were from the west, so he would be going downwind into it now, then he would want to take as much altitude as he could before he got into that turning point. And if the wind was from the east, so if he were flying into wind now, he would want to go into the turning point straight and then try to find the altitude when he comes out. Because whilst he's climbing, he's going to be moving with the wind. Now it's interesting. We're focused here on Sebastian because we have his position, but maybe he's not the first to go to the turn. See ahead, Thomas's track is working again, and we can see Thomas Gostner is there in front of him. So it'll be interesting to have another view, and we can see what's happening there with the group. When we have a problem like this with the trackers, it's exciting because what we think we can see isn't always reality. Now we can see a much better picture. What do you think, Sean?
In fact, we think actually Thomas has been round the turn, but he's very low. And in fact, the graphic at the bottom is telling us he's been round the turn and he's got 97 kilometres. The problem is, Brian, I need to remember to press the button.
Okay.
So we do believe that Thomas has been round the turn. The graphic at the bottom is telling us that he's got 97 kilometres to go to the next turn point. So Thomas has snuck off and managed to get through, but he's not very high. He's 1,100 metres, 1,180 metres, whereas Sebastian, 1,800 metres, is coming into the first turn point. So he's 3 kilometres to go, and Thomas is 4 or 5 kilometres in front. So 8 kilometres. But the difference in altitude is 700 metres.
Yeah, Thomas is great fun to fly with because he only knows how to fly one way, foot to the floor, pedal hard down. He's not a man for hanging around. And when you fly with Thomas, you know that you're in for a really exciting ride. He's obviously decided that he can go into the turn at a lower altitude, and he's going to come back on the ridge in front of him. And he's planning that he'll find good energy in there and run along that ridge to the end and climb up quickly. We'll see in a minute. If it works, it'll be a great tactic and he'll gain a lot from it. If it doesn't work, he could end up completely stuck and looking for a thermal at low altitude and spending a long time to climb back up. It's quite a good developing situation because Sebastian's also broken away from the group, and behind now we've got a little group of guys coming up, and it's nice to see. It's nice to see it splitting up a little bit. You can see at the back there Didier, one of our favourites. He's quite high, I think. He's got a good altitude, not too bad, 1,800 metres. So he's fallen back. He's fallen back a little bit, but I don't think he'll be too stressed by that. There's plenty of race to go yet.
So we think Thomas has gone round first, Sebastian is now second, and there's a small group of Christophe Abadet, Kai Lindberg and Carlos Roca, who are the next group to come into the turn point. And not far behind that is Ricky Brigliadori at the bottom of the screen. And then we've got another remaining 2 groups at the top of the screen who are now leaving the mountain and going into the turn point. They're about 7 or 8 kilometres from the turn point. So it'll be interesting to see who the next person is to go through the TP. Tom Claffey down in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. He was having a bit of a nightmare earlier on. Obviously didn't get the climb he needed, and he's taken a more southerly route before coming into the turn point.
Tom isn't experienced here. It's his first time here. And Tom is a little bit like Thomas. He likes to fly fairly aggressively. He likes to push on. He's not a European pilot. He comes from Australia. In Australia, they have 2 conditions, go and stop. And in Europe, we have a lot of intermediate gears, because we have some pretty poor weather we fly in, and we know a lot about how to take it really easy and be very patient. In Seastron last year, we had some very exciting times watching Tom. He actually managed to be one of the fastest pilots on one day by flying very, very, very fast and low on the ridges. Maybe he thought that tactic would work here, but I think that tonight he'll probably have to review that and wonder how he's going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt we'll have a good interview with him. He'll be very philosophical.
Yeah, the good thing about Tom is he won't be the slightest bit phased by this. He'll be very happy, and he knows that if you don't come in the top 10, it doesn't matter where you come. So once you're behind, you might as well try something fairly radical to get back in the front again.
Just before we go back to working out who's been around the turn point, why is it that it doesn't matter if they're not in the first 10, Brian?
Only the first 10 pilots to finish get any points. So we have 20 pilots here. So 10 of these pilots are going to score a big round 0. So it doesn't matter whether you're 1 second in 11th place or 20th, you get the same score. It sounds fairly tough, and it is tough for the guys at the bottom, but it's much more exciting for everybody because that same guy could win the day the next day and he'll get 10 points, and the guy who won the day comes in 11 or 12, he gets 0. And it means that nobody normally can get well ahead, can get into a position where they can't be caught in points. Usually the Grand Prix winner is decided on the last day.
Thanks, I understand that better now. So looking at the start of the second leg, Thomas Gostner's gone round first. Second was Sebastian Carver. And then there was a group of Giorgio Galetto, Christophe Abadé and Carlos Roca, who you can see in the middle of the screen, and just at the bottom of the screen we've seen Ricky Brigliadori, Uli Schwenk, Peter Panek, and who's Ruck? Trying to work out who that call sign is. Anyway, we'll come back to that one.
It's Rasmus, no?
It could be Rasmus, yeah. Actually,
maybe that's a
I can't remember that trigraph. Just trying to look at. Oh, sorry, it's Christophe Rouche.
Mustique.
Mustique.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'd expect Mustique to be up there amongst the leaders. Kai is doing his own thing, as he often does. He's gone off a slightly different way. He's well known for this, to try to plough his own furrow, as we would say. He may be having difficulty keeping up with some of the other guys, so he's decided to try and find a better route. What do you think? Is got Thomas climbed up again? Is he got going again?
I think Thomas is a bit further to the south and low down, very low down, 960 metres. And Sebastian looks like he's taken a safe route. He's found a climb, and the other group, chasing group, have joined him. And you can see the 4 at the bottom of the screen now, coming into the bottom of that thermal. There's no point looking for something else if they're all climbing well there. You're just trying to see, Sebastian's now at 1,800 metres. Tom Claffey's got some altitude, but he's still got to go around the turn point yet.
Yeah. And maybe if we look at the overhead of this, we can see if they're all in the same thermal and who's joining. And I think Uli's catching up. Uli's coming in there with them. Yeah, we can see now that Sebastian, Tom, of course, is going the other way. He can wave to them as he goes by. Giorgio is there. Giorgio is still with them. I haven't seen Ricky for a while. Do you think we've lost Ricky, or is he up there with them?
I know Ricky's in the middle of the pack there.
Is, yeah.
We seem to have some decent tracking information here. We can see them climbing well.
Yeah, very interesting to see Ricky and Giorgio up there with the leaders. These two pilots from Italy, I think they're going to do pretty well in this competition. Now, what's Ricky doing? He's gone straight past. He's just hurtling on there. How high is Ricky now? He's
only 1,300
meters. He really, maybe he should take a lesson from the other guys. Sebastian and Christophe are up at 1,800 and 2,000 meters. So
it might be that the mountain there was too high and he couldn't get to the underneath that thermal.
Yeah, maybe that's right. Or it could be that he knows the area better than anybody, and it could be he's decided that the way to catch up with the top front-running guys is to run this ridge. And he might have sensed that the valley breeze has started, and if he gets on this ridge, that he can pull ahead of the others by flying lower in the valley breeze air and not taking the thermals. We'll just keep our eye on what Ricky does in the next few minutes and see if it pays off for him.
Sebastian's reached the top of his climb and he's pushed on now, out in front. In terms of distance to the next turn point, we've got Thomas Gostner in the lead, and second Ricky Briglidori, and in third is Sebastian at the moment. The others still climbing behind, starting to stretch out a little bit now.
Yeah, I wonder how far it is to the next good climb, because we can see that Sebastian and Christoph have got a good altitude, but we can also see that Ricky doesn't have a good altitude and he's going ahead. So if it's quite a long way to the next thermal, we will find out if Ricky's really found an energy route low down or whether he just missed that thermal and didn't get the chance to climb.
Well, Thomas hasn't stopped, and he's higher than he was earlier, so he must have found a decent energy line. He's 1,000 meters. Ricky working the edges there now as well. Sebastian with 900 meters more than Thomas, not getting down and dirty where Thomas is, but able to have a very commanding view from up there.
I must admit, I think I would rather be in Sebastian's position than Thomas's. But Thomas is probably very happy because he seems to be quite immune to the stress of being low. And I'm sure that he's got a plan, and he's got a tactic, he's going to stick to it, he's going to see what he can make of it. And Romans is there with them. Romans is staying up with them. He's got a good altitude as well. And I can imagine this group are going to work quite well together.
Roman, of course, did very well in the 18-meter championships in European Championships in Hungary. He was 5th up until the last day, and those at the top were concentrating on each other and didn't spot him, and he got away and won the day and ended up coming second, silver medal.
Yeah, he's done very well in the last few years, Romans. He's had some very good results, and he's very talented pilot. He's a very good pilot, and he's learned a lot. He's picked up a lot of experience in the last few years, and flying with this sort of competition in this sort of an environment, experience counts for a great deal, because you learn how to fly tactically, and you have the patience that's required to make to take a moment longer to make the right decision. It's Ricky's still running, he's still going on there, he's not so high now, 1,200 meters, and Thomas is 1,000 meters, because it could be that we're seeing a different way of doing this, and that's what we hope. We hope that there's more than one way of flying the race, and that somebody finds the right way, and they will win the day if they do. But the guys who take the biggest risk are the ones who fly low. But sometimes it really pays off.
This is the next chasing pack, the two Christophs, Christophe Abadet and Christophe Ruche, both from France, flying together with Peter Panek there. The group in front, we've lost the tracking information, so we're not quite sure what's going on there. We'll follow these guys onto this mountain here. Hopefully they'll stop and climb and then push on. And we'll see if we can't see a little bit further behind.
Yeah, I think what's happening here, Sean, is that they're coming off the antenna, which is at Mista, and the one antenna at Barrow isn't working. And the next antenna will be at Alzate, and they will be there in a few moments, and we'll pick them up again as they go. These guys that we can see here, the back guys, they're still flying in the region of, I think it's Mista, where they climb up, and by that time we should be picking up the front runners again. I see Lawrence is down the bottom here. Well, Lawrence is not familiar with this area at all. Lawrence is from South Africa. He's a fantastic competition pilot when you get the really strong conditions of South Africa, where he's very familiar with racing there. When he comes to Europe, he sometimes struggles because he cannot change gear to fly in some of the really weaker conditions, and particularly these sort of conditions, because the will be quite small, and the thermals are very small. And he will be probably finding a little bit more difficulty than the others hooking into the thermals on the first turn. And that first turn makes such a big difference to your speed. If you transition from your glide into your first turn in the climb in the lift all the way around, then you gain a great deal over somebody who makes the turn out of the lift into the sinking air and then has to come back. The difference can be 100 meters. You do that 2 or 3 times and you're history. You get dropped right behind.
So you're saying that the thermals are bigger in South Africa then?
I think the thermals are a lot bigger in South Africa. Especially when the Lawrence and his friends will be used to flying these gliders maximum wing loading, and they'll be used to thermals of 4 or 5 meters and with nice turns into thermals. Where they're flying now, I would think if these guys are still flying with the same water load that they took off, flying at 5.1 kilograms a square meter, it's probably the maximum you can fly with in these conditions, and it may be better to be flying just a little bit lighter.
You talked about wing loading there. I think it's 51 kilos per square meter. Yeah. Why that number, Brian?
Well, it's a calculation based upon the wingspan of the various gliders that that all the gliders can fly at that wing loading. And so we try to make the playing field as level as possible by equalizing the wing load against all the gliders. Then nobody gains a big advantage from that. It also, when you're flying in this sort of region, flying a little bit below the maximum makes the handling of the glider better. And when you're flying in the mountains, especially below the top of the mountains on the mountain face, the improvement in the handling can make a very big difference. And it's much more comfortable. I remember the first competitions I flew in the mountains. When flying very heavy, I was very nervous when I was near the mountains because the glider feels like it's about to slip out of your hands all the time. But when you have a little bit lighter, you have much better feel for it in the lift. You can sense what's happening much more readily.
And here at this competition, we've got 3 different types of gliders being used.
Yeah, we've got Schleicher glider, ASG29s. And we've got the JS1, which is made in South Africa, quite a remarkable new glider on the scene. And we've got the Ventus 2 glider, which is made by Schemperth, also in Germany. The oldest design is the Ventus 2, and it's been a fantastic design for a long, long time. And it's still an excellent glider. There are a lot of Ventus 2 sailplanes in use all over the world by recreational and competition pilots. The ASG29 is a relatively new design and is terrific performance. And I flew one of these gliders here, 57. I've flown that a little bit, and it's just such a beautiful glider. But the new boy on the block, the new glider, is the JS1. And the JS1 seems to have really good performance. And it's quite a new design with a completely new company, a factory in Potchefstroom in South Africa, which incidentally is where the next Sailplane Grand Prix final will be in 2016. And what you see on the screen now is a little bit odd, and this is because the information we get from the trackers isn't complete, and so the glider appears to be doing some strange maneuvers. Yeah? Well, that should be fixed tomorrow. We should be able to show you a much more realistic view of the gliders tomorrow and what's happening. I've noticed Ricky's got a really peculiar device in his glider because every now and again he does a quick circuit of the moon and comes back.
He does indeed. Well, roughly they're coming up for 25% of the way down the second leg, and they're coming back into an area where we expect the tracking to come back. So as soon as we do, we'll give you some better shots of them climbing and try and work out where the next route is for them. And we're also expecting to have Giorgio back, who can tell us a little bit more about the local names of the mountains that are here. Brian, just we were talking earlier about the 3 different types of glider. Is there much of an advantage with one glider over the other?
I don't think there is. The gliders are all pretty much the same. They glide pretty much the same. I think over the period of the competition, one glider might have a little advantage over the others, but they are very, very close. And that makes it very good for the racing because it's not a race of the glider type. The technology in these gliders is absolutely outstanding. made of carbon fiber. They have all sorts of composite, very modern composite design structures with Kevlar and other completely new materials. The design of gliders, of course, in glass fiber was pioneered the use of glass fiber in the aviation industry. When we were making high-performance glass fiber gliders, airliners were still made out of bean tins and old tin cans and things and metal and stuff. Now airliners are made out of composite materials also. They've learnt from us. They've learnt how to get terrific performance. They've learnt from the aerodynamics in gliders and the manufacturing processes in gliders how to make airliners like the A380 with a lot of composite materials involved. And of course it makes them safer, it makes them lighter, and it means they have a bigger payload. The design of these gliders is an evolution over years. Gliders started with wooden gliders that went quite slowly, and they're built up over the years with new materials and better aerodynamics. But the one thing that's changed the way in which we perceive this is the fact we can fly the gliders very heavy. Because of the sections, the modern wing sections and the aerofoils that the gliders have, you can fly at really quite low speeds but still fly quite heavy. And of course the problem with being heavy is getting the energy, is getting the altitude. The heavier you are, the more you've got to be lifted in the thermal. In the thermal you need to circle quite tightly, and so if you fly too fast you cannot circle tightly. So if you're too heavy you don't climb very well. And the whole of the race depends upon how much time you spend climbing. So if you're a little bit too heavy and you have to spend too long climbing, you're going to go slowly. So you've got to try to tune the wing loading of the glider to the conditions that you're flying in, so that you are able to optimize the glide angle and the speed at which you can fly between the thermals with the rate at which you can climb in the thermals. Do you think we've got Ricky back real time now?
It's looking like we've got a more stable picture. Ricky's about 70 kilometres from the next turn point, so he's done 30 kilometres since the last one. Looks like he's run along the southern edge of the mountains, and he's found a bowl that he's now climbing in, just 1.5 metres there, about 3 knots. If he can get up to the height of the spine of this ridge here, he should be able to run along that and gain height as he goes, and who knows, he might have enough height to jump across the next valley. As they come closer to the Como airspace, they'll need to make a choice again whether they go south of it or north of it. The track line actually goes just through the top section of the airspace, so that the most likely route is north of the Como airspace.
And I think it's a decision they'll take just as they come up to the hill. If they find a climb just before it, they'll be fine to go around the north side. If they don't, then they'll be forced to go around the south side. Riccardo Brigliadori is a lovely guy. He's a really nice guy. He's had good success in international competitions, but he's done another circuit of the moon and back again. We'll have to see what sort of instrument he has in his glider. But his father, Leonardo Brigliadori, was a great friend of mine and who I flew competitions with years ago. He was a wonderful man in gliding, and he was world champion, and in the days in the standard class, in the discus. I remember Leonardo had a mid-air collision some years ago and lost half his tailplane, but because he wasn't sure which side of the cockpit he had to pull the lever to bail out, he decided he'd land it. And he landed safely.
Very lucky man.
Unfortunately, Leonardo is no longer with us, but he has left a great legacy for gliding. He was president of the Italian Gliding Federation for a while and made a very big contribution to gliding in his time, and he's sorely missed by everybody. Come on, Benj, can you find a picture for us that's not doing spinning round here? We lock on to somebody else maybe.
They're really in a bit of a dead patch there. We're waiting to see Thomas actually pop out, as he was one of the lowest on the southern side of the this leg. The leg is a total of 100 kilometres, 100.6 kilometres actually, to Lavino, which takes them past the airfield and up to the Lavino Lake, just to our west.
What I can't understand, Sean, is how we've got altitudes but no positions on the. We're not moving.
The altitudes are the last known altitudes.
Okay, right. So that's going to get updated in a moment or two.
So everything that's greyed out, we have no information from, and anything with a bright colour we do. But we know the information from Ricky's tracker is a bit spurious.
It's difficult to imagine what's happening in a little electronic gizmo when it does things like that. Very difficult to imagine what sort of data it's producing. Because the instruments in the gliders that they're flying are very sophisticated now. They have a moving map in the instrument panel. The map is programmed with the route that they want to fly. So they know all the time the direction of the next turning point and the distance to the next turning point. It gives them the information about the controlled airspace, so they know exactly where the airspace boundaries are, so they don't infringe the airspace. And it will also contain a map with showing them the valleys and the roads and any landing places that exist in that area. This is a remarkable improvement or change in the technology over previous years. We used to, before the days of GPS, fly with just a map, and we would take a small camera, and in the race they would have to photograph the turning point. And this was quite exciting because sometimes it was quite difficult to find the turning point. If it was a bridge over a river in a country you'd never been to before. And it was quite exciting sometimes, just working out where you were and how to get to your turning point. But the instruments now, not only do they have the moving map, but they have a proximity warning device. The warning device gives them information about other competitors nearby or other sailplanes nearby. So each person, when he's flying, he will be able to see either on a little LED indicator or on a screen where the other guys are in relation to him. And the big advantage of this is that if you don't notice somebody coming near you, or you don't notice somebody approaching your thermal, then the proximity device will notice it, the FLARM will notice it, and it will give you a warning. And then you take particular care when you know somebody's very close to you. Of course, you have to keep looking out all the time anyway, because you can't be sure everybody else has got one of these, and you can't be sure they're all working. But it has made it quite a lot safer, I think, to fly particularly mountainous areas, to have one of these FLARM devices.
I was just starting to pick up a little bit more tracking. Sebastian out in the front, and if that's correct, Christophe Rouche as well. Ricky Brigliadori and Thilo at the bottom of the screen, as they come across the Arda River here, one of the legs of Lake Como. We're starting to get a bit more data here. Sebastian now 1,800 meters, Christophe Rouche not too far behind him. Peter Panek is there as well, and Ricardo doing a lap of the moon and probably come back and join them. Thilo a little way behind, 3 or 4 kilometers the other side of the valley. Looks like they've stopped to climb, and we'll just see if we can get a better picture of these three running together.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see that there's quite a bunch of them. Once we get all the information back, I think we'll see there's quite a few of them together. It's quite interesting seeing Sebastian was the first one back there, where in the preparation for the competition we did an analysis of the efficiency of the installation of the FLARM in each of these gliders, and in the first analysis Sebastian's wasn't very good. And he said he would try a different position with his antenna, and it seems it's really worked because he's got really, really good transmission here.
Yeah, I mean, in my day job, I spend most of my time answering every second email about where should somebody put their FLARM antenna. It is
I'm
it
sure
is a
you
tricky
tell
one.
them, Sean.
I'll do my best. Yeah. So these guys here have taken one turn on the top of this spine, and they're now heading across the Arda River. The mountain on the other side they're looking at is Mont San Primo, or maybe a little further to the south, Mont Connezzolo. Sounds a bit like an ice cream to me, but there we go. Yes, they look like they're heading towards the southern side, so that is the Cornetto. Well, I call it the Cornetto Mountain anyway. It's making Benj laugh. So we've got a bit more tracking back now. They're about just over a third of the way down the second leg now. Got about 50k to run, Sebastian has. His average has increased now. He's just over 100 kilometers an hour for the task. So given it's 264 kilometers, so just over 2.5 hours, we expect the task to take today. The next step that they have to overcome, you can just see in the middle right of the screen a lake just to the right of the ridge that they've got in front of them. That's Lake Como. And at the bottom of it is the town of Como, and that's where the meeting is going on, and the 2-kilometer of airspace that they need to avoid. It goes up to 4,500 feet. I'll try and work out what that is in meters in a minute, or ask Benj to do it for me. And we'll see if they can fly over the top of it, or whether they've actually around to the north of it. And you see the second turn point, top of the screen on the right-hand side. Just under 50 kilometers now to get there. Ricky's doing another lap of the moon. That's a better view, thanks Benj. And we can see now we've got Sebastian Carr, Christophe Rouge, Christophe Abadé, Peter Panic, Thomas Gostner not too far away, Didier, who Brian was talking about earlier. He's not doing too bad at all either. So 3 French in the top half a dozen. Roman Mershek also alongside Sebastian, and Giorgio Galetto from Italy. Uli Schwenk also with Didier. Thomas a little bit lower, still coming along the southern edge, hoping for a really good climb to come and get back on terms with the group ahead. Just starting to see the yes, Thomas Gostner down at 964 meters, but the leading group look like they've stopped to turn. We'll just see if we can get a picture of them climbing there. And they're on Monte Cornetto Solo. So Roman Merchek just taking a turn, so Sebastian, and we'll see if Christophe Abadé and Christophe Rouge join them. Giorgio Galetto in there too. Peter Panic has stopped and turned before this group. Maybe he hasn't quite got enough altitude to get over the top. Roman at 1,600 meters, and Christophe Abadé at just under 1,600 meters. And we have Giorgio's back with us, which is great. And we'll just press your button. There we go. Am I right in thinking this is the ice cream mountain, as I'll call it?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Cornetto Solo. Is this?
Yeah.
We think this is where they are.
No, I believe they are already more west than Cornizzolo. Is already another mountain. Yeah. Yeah, they are already approaching Monte Bolletto. This is a good place to climb normally. And it looks nice. Yes, yes, yes. We are at the right place. All this ridge now that they will follow in west direction. So with this view, they will go just down to the screen, to the bottom of the screen, along these ridges. This is a very good mountain. But then we have this airspace that they have to avoid because it's forbidden. But some of them are high enough to stay over the airspace, and so they can just continue straight on. And this is a very good position right now, because then they will follow the mountains just from the center of the screen, just north, so the upper part, and they will come back around the Varese area for the second turning point. They are in good position.
So before, when they came back this route, they climbed to 2,200 meters, and they're now 1,800 meters. Do you think they'll stay there for a little bit longer?
Probably the range we will see all the day long. It's the best range. will be to stay between the ceiling of the thermal, so 2,200, 2,300 on this area, and the lowest part should be just over the ridges to get the best speed. To fly lower with this wind, it should not be so fast, so I don't think they are going to try to fly lower. We can see Sebastian is flying along the ridge like it should be, but now get a thermal probably.
Yeah, they left that last one.
Yeah,
clearly wasn't strong enough for them, and they've moved on.
This happens often on this ridge because you get a thermal, it seems to be good, then maybe you leave and you move just a few kilometers or maybe 1 kilometer and you find another one that is stronger. So it can happen.
So we think the thermal here is about 1.8 meters per second, better than it was before, 1.5 meters per second.
Look, is increasing.
Yeah, 2 meters, 2.5 meters now. And this group seems to be working very well together.
Yeah, and the average speed on the task is good. Is good. It's right, and it will increase because the last part of the flight will be done using the altitude you gain in the last thermal to speed up the finish. So this average speed you will see, it will become more than 100 kilometers per hour for sure.
Thinking a little bit more about the finish, I know we're about halfway through the race, but thinking about the last leg where they're Alzeti, is there a climb that they can take there before they come home? Or
yes, the area it's just south of the point we are now. They are thermally on the mountain. Just south of this mountain we have the last turning point, that is Alzate, is an airfield where we fly with glider. They are like our cousin because we are in very strict, very close contact with them. And for sure they will try to get enough altitude to not to need to climb when they reach Alzate. Probably most of them, they can make the finish directly from Alzate because it's around 30.5 kilometers from home. And with this kind of glider, which are very, very good in gliding, they have a very good performance, it's easy done to make a finish of 30, 40 kilometers.
This looks like it's been a great climb for Sebastian. It's just slowing down, but he had 2.5, 3 meters at one point. Just coming back to a 3 meter part of the climb now. He's coming up to 2,100, 2,200 meters before they leave and cross the valley to the next climb. So they'll be going to Montebolletto.
They are in Montebolletto at the moment, and they will leave Montebolletto for probably they will point to San Giorgio, and then from San Giorgio they will continue on the border between the flat and the first mountains until they reach Laveno. But with this altitude, probably they will just, yes, that's exactly where you are pointing, and probably from there they will just continue straight on until the turning point. They will try at this exactly just before the turning point on those mountains on the right. There probably they will try to get another thermal to climb above the 2,000 meter, and then it's not done but almost done. So the race, the speed of the race will increase in the next half an hour.
Thank you. That's a great insight. And these guys are still climbing, I think. We're just Benji's just going to change the view and see if we can watch them leaving. In fact, they have left.
You see, they are now going exactly where it's not on this representation, but the airspace is just in front of them right now. But they have enough altitude to fly over the restricted airspace. So they continue straight on. So before Monte San Giorgio, they will fly Monte Bisbino, which it was not forecasted to fly over this mountain today due to the fact that we had this airspace restriction. But with this weather condition we found, which looks pretty good, I'm quite sure they will fly to Monte Bisbino right now. It's just in front of them, the mountain you can see on the other side of the lake.
And we got a good pack here of 5 gliders within half a kilometre of each other. is setting it up for a very good finish, as long as we can keep the tracking going. But this area we're coming into, we know the coverage is pretty good.
Yes, exactly. We in this area the system is working pretty well, and so I'm sure we will not lose the signal too much. And yes, they are in group, they are racing, and I'm sure they will try their best at the moment, because the difficult part of the flight is over. Now it's just for speed, and so I'm sure they are going to push hard.
Yeah, they're certainly getting a wriggle on now to cross the valley and get to the next climb. Sebastian there, Christophe Rouche, Christophe Abadé, Peter Panic, and I think we also saw in there, yeah, sorry, we're just looking at the speed, yeah, 140 kilometers an hour. We think we're traveling at the moment. And back behind us, there's another group that are stopping and climbing at the previous spots where Sebastian took the first leading pack. So Sebastian out in the lead again.
Hey, it looks Sebastian is very on the point, I would say. He is really concentrated and is pushing hard, and the others are with him. So we could not know until the last moment who is going to win today, but they are very close. So the race looks really interesting until the last kilometer.
I'm just wondering where. I was trying to find him on the list here. Roman Merchek. Oh, his tracker stopped transmitting. Roman was right in with this group. So we've got Sebastian from Poland out in front. Somewhere in there is Roman Merchek. We've got the two French guys, Christophe and Christophe, and Peter Panic in there as well. And there's a better view, thanks.
It's incredible how this system, this representation, virtual reality, it's absolutely fantastic, because I can tell you it's exactly like that in reality. When we are flying, we exactly see this. For example, and at the center of the screen on top, the big mountain you see, it's Monte Rosa, which is one of the highest mountain in Italy, and only in Europe at least. And it's fantastic because they are exactly looking what we see now. And you can imagine for a pilot coming from the other part of the world to see this scenery for the first time in such a nice day with very good visibility. It's
having a few little glitches with the tracking and Benji's part to make sure we've got a picture of somebody with decent data. We've got Sebastian coming back now.
Look, Sebastian is flying fast.
What do you think to Thomas's tactic about getting low in the first turn and running back on the ridges? Is that a good idea?
In this today, it was not a good idea. Because with this north wind in this area, you can imagine the wind is coming from the high mountains, and we are south of this position. This means that the wind is descending, so it's bringing air mass down. So what we need to do is to fly in an altitude where we are not disturbed by the mountains and the downdraft that the mountain can create. So for me, the best choice was Sebastian's choice, and the other with him. Thomas probably he didn't choose really to do like that, but probably he had some trouble. He got low and he didn't want to stop too much, so he tried to go low. But you never know, because maybe during the late afternoon the situation is changing with the wind, and so maybe the ridges can start to work very well, and maybe he can gain something.
Thomas is around 1,300 meters at the moment. We'll try and see if we can find him. Tom Claffey's very, very low, down at 700 meters, but he is climbing. We'll see if we can get an overlay picture to work out where he is.
Okay, but he is around Alzate airfield area, so it's safe. It's no problem. He is low for sure, but he's climbing. That's the first important information. The second one, there is no problem about safety because we have the airfield just around. He's thermaling, yes, I see. He's
climbing. That's good news. Yeah, he's climbing. And Thomas is just to his north, but about 400 or 500 meters higher, but in the foothills there.
Probably paid a lot of delay due to the fact that being low, you can imagine when you are in a valley, if you are high, you can just keep going straight on. If you are low, you have to follow all the ridges, all the slopes. So in reality, the distance of the task is the same, but if you fly low, you have to fly much more kilometers.
It's fairly typical of Thomas's flying, do you think? He's very much somebody who actually likes to push it on, and he doesn't seem to mind getting low. But
yeah, Thomas is a very experienced pilot. He knows the area quite well because he flew here with us many times, and so he is not scared to fly low. The things to think about is it faster or slower than the other tactics? This is the only important information, and I believe today is not the fastest way.
No, it looks like stay high and fly fast rather than low and fast.
Fly fast and straight, because when you are low, you have to make a lot of deviation. When you are high, you just keep going straight on to the turning point.
We saw that with Ricky, who was working the ridges and the bowls, and he was not stopping, but because he was having to go around all the ridges and the bowls and things, he was flying twice as far as everybody else was.
Sure, because he knows perfectly the area, especially in the Bergamo valleys. He knows the area perfectly, and so he knows that following all the ridges sometimes give you an advantage because you can climb where maybe it was not supposed to do, and this in many cases can be a big advantage.
So the leading pack now coming onto the hills at Mont Saint George?
Yeah, they are approaching Monte San Giorgio. They are flying very well. It's perfect. And now they will leave then Monte San Giorgio. They will turn around the Lugano airport airspace, which is forbidden for the competition. So they will just turn around, and probably we will see them on top of our mountain just north of the airfield where we are now, in Varese, and the name of the mountain is Campo dei Fiori. In the screen you can see in the upper part where in the center the lake, the strange lake, it's where we are now, it's Varese.
Yeah, and the start line and the finish line, we can see the green stripe is actually the finish line, the red one is the start line.
Yeah. Perfect. So this is just straight on. With the altitude, I believe there is no need to do anything, but they need to take care because they have to stay below 1,650 meters because the airspace in this area is free for us. We can fly, but is restricted because on top of us we have all the airlines from Malpensa taking off and climbing on this side. So this is also to say, even if there are commercial flights and big traffic, this area of Varese is still perfectly flyable with gliders. So the airspace section is perfect, and we can fly easily without any trouble.
That's great. That's a good shot there. Thanks, Benji. You can see them now heading for the highest point of this ridge. Running. If they run down that ridge, they'll be staying out of the airspace, which is on their right-hand side.
Yeah, they are just turning around. This mountain we see in front of us, just in front of the glider, the center of the screen. This is Campo dei Fiori, is where we released the glider today, and so they know the area perfectly. And the ridge is absolutely in direction of the turning point, so it's perfect. They will fly all around the ridge. Probably they will even not stop to climb except if they find a very good thermal, and they will continue to the next mountain, which is Monte Nudo. And maybe, I'm not sure, but could be one of the last thermals.
With 13 kilometers for Sebastian to go to this turn point, and then only 75 kilometers after that, could they make it in one, or do you think they need to stop and climb?
Maybe, if it depends on how they approach. If they approach with high-speed flying, for sure they will need another climb. But if they slow down a little bit, not so much, but just a little bit, with this kind of glider, they are so nice and they fly so well straight on. probably they can make it completely. But now we can see that Roman starts thermaling, and yeah, which altitude? Yes, they can make a little bit, around 300-meter climb they can do, and then they will cross the valley and reach the third turning point, Laveno.
Sebastian hasn't stopped. Do you think that's wise, or do you think he should stop?
Nah, right now.
Like he's just
yeah, the next thermal. yeah. It's possible because on the ridges, several times you have more than one thermal.
Sean, maybe you can give us an update on where Tom is, because I'm sure there's lots of people in Australia now sitting on the edge of their seat wondering what's happening to Tom.
Well, if they've ever watched Tom before, they should know never to worry. He's now at 1,200 metres, so he's well, not quite fat and happy, but he's certainly off the ground a bit. But as you were talking about before, he knows he's out of the top 10, so he'll be probably enjoying it and doing a bit of sightseeing, I should think. There's the leading group now. Giorgio Galetto, Sebastian, Roman Mercek, the two Christophs and Peter Panik. It's good to see Peter up there. He joined us for the last Grand Prix final in Sistron, and that's the first time he'd flown.
Look, Sebastian is coming back to the other thermal. So he went straight on. He tried to find the thermal in front of the group, but now you see he came back and he is thermaling below the other. So this cost us some minutes, because to go on and not to find the thermal, and then you have to come back again, and then you have to go on again. So this costs minutes.
Yeah, big mistake.
So I told you before, the race is gonna be interesting, really interesting, until the last kilometer, because it's a group of people. They are very, very, how to say, motivated at the moment. And Giorgio Galetto is high and is going.
This is probably one of the key points in the race.
Exactly, because you imagine they flew all the day around 2,000 meters, and now it's the time to spend the altitude. And this means you have to think about how to do it in the fastest way. And it's a tricky point. Here they have to take some decision, and they miss only a few kilometers to the finish. So I'm sure they are all thinking what to do and how to do it.
Yeah, we've seen in Grand Prix before that you get a group of the top pilots together like this. They can see each other. They know what's happening. They're all thinking about what the other guy might be doing. Nobody wants to fall back. Everybody wants to have the chance to just get a little bit ahead at the end. You only need to be 1 second ahead to get the extra points.
And they've seen Giorgio climbing at the end of the spine, and they've all left their thermal. Roman's the first one there, and he's now joining Giorgio Galetto's climb. Will this be the last climb before they come back?
Sorry?
Do you think this will be the last climb?
No, because here they are in the limited altitude area, so they cannot climb so much, even if the thermal is good. Probably they will make the turning point, come back here, the place where they are now, and then that one can be the last thermal.
And we saw before the start that they were climbing, the guys who launched first were climbing on the mountains to the north, much higher. So maybe that's where they can get the altitude to finish the flight.
Yeah, they were well over 2,000 meters before the start.
Yeah, that is okay. The problem is that we have the airspace in the middle. So they have to turn around on the airspace, and they have to go back to the limited altitude area. It means that it's not useful to gain too much altitude, because then you have to spend it all. So the main point is where to do the last thermal, to take the last thermal in order to get the last turning point and go back home. And that's the tricky point.
So it looks like the leading pack are now leaving this climb, going round the bottom of the airspace. This is the airspace for Lugano.
Yeah, they leave Campo de Fiori mountain, they are crossing the valley, and they are reaching Monte Nudo, which is the mountain you see exactly in the center of the screen, which is the mountain where they can get a thermal, and it will bring them to the turning point, or probably they will just keep going on, making the turning point, pointing back where they just climbed now, a few minutes ago, And from that position, it could be interesting to see who wants to make it in just one glide and who is pushing to get another thermal and then to make the finish. It's a point, because you never know. Maybe you go 140 kilometers per hour always straight on and you reach the finish and it's okay. Sometimes you fly 180 and you know that you are going to stop again. It's like a Formula 1 Grand Prix. You keep the tires and you go a little bit slower, but then you can reach the finish. Or you push hard, you make fantastic lap times, and then you need to change tires again.
Yeah, well, there's no pit stops in the air. So from this last turn point, I think we got a label wrong, but it is turn point 3. Sorry, no, it is turn point 2. It is the second turn point. From here, it's only 75 kilometres to the end, but they've got to fly past the airfields, round the turn point, through the checkpoint, and then home. So 75 kilometres. They would need, 5,500 feet?
Yeah. This kind of glider at the maximum performance speed that they can fly easily above 50 of performance. It means that for each meter of altitude that you spend, you make 50 meters ahead. Flying faster reduce the performance because you descend pretty much faster, but with this kind of glider, the difference is not so big. So the choice is not easy. With the old glider, it was clear for all pilots that the main thing was the thermal, to climb up. With this glider, the straight part of the flight is much more important.
Okay, so the
Roman is already at the point.
Very nearly at the point, yeah. They're all getting very close now. So it'll be interesting to see who goes around first and what height that they have and where they come back
Giorgio
to.
has already done, probably. He's already coming back.
Quite possibly, yeah. But he's only at 1,380 meters.
Yeah, it's just above the ridge, which is a good position, because these ridges are normally very active, and so normally should be no problem to find the thermal. And here they have no limitation about the altitude. In this place, it's up to 3,500 meters, and this means that he can really choose what to do: spend a little bit more time climbing, or keep going on and continue.
Okay, so we think Giorgio's first round, followed by Christophe Rouche, Christophe Abadé, and Roman Moshek is in there somewhere. Sebastian on his way through, Peter Panek as well, just coming into the turn. So this group coming back, and we can see them coming back onto the ridge.
On the ridge.
Yeah.
Now, it's not the first one, where Giorgio is now. That's not the best place. It can be thermaling there, but normally the thermal is on the second slope. Normally, and there is where the paraglider and hand glider are flying here in our area. You see, it just keep going on. It didn't turn. Probably it will turn the next slope, next ridge.
So watch and wait for them to turn. They're quite low now. They're all around 1,300 meters now. Below 1,300 meters.
Yeah, but it's good enough. No, they decided not to go that way, so they are turning right all. They will cross the valley again, and they will reach the ridge of Campo dei Fiori a little bit lower.
Yeah, just changing the screen a little so we can see where they go to. Yeah, there's a great view.
The mountain in the center of the screen is Campo dei Fiori, so they are going to reach that ridge lower than the top. So then they have to make some mountain flying, really, even if the altitude is not high. And they have to take their chance to get a good thermal, because they are now approaching the really last part of the flight.
So from here, they need to get to Campo dei Fiori, climb, and then off to the top left of our screen is 10.3, and then back to the checkpoint over the top of the Varese Hospital, and then home.
Yeah, when they will reach Campo dei Fiori mountain, they will be around or less than 60 kilometers from home. With this kind of glider, we can expect, with 1,500 meters or something like that, or 1,600 meters, we can expect some pilot trying to get back home without thermaling anymore. Maybe someone else can choose to push hard, to spend the altitude, to reach the certain point a little bit lower, to get a good thermal, and then from there make a very high speed finish. We will see what they choose to do.
Yeah, I think that the first day of the competition, the tactics are such that these guys will want to stay together. The interesting one will be to see if Giorgio gets a little bit ahead, because he's known for running the ridges more.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that if one of the other guys stops to climb, they'll all stop to climb, because they all want to come home together, and nobody will want to get separated at this point. So it's very exciting now to see exactly what happens in the next few minutes.
Yeah, they are approaching now. Now it's tricky point. They are just at the altitude. Few hundred meters below, it would be tricky. They are just right, and this is probably because they are so experienced. They know they need to just reach the ridge just above. It's enough.
Because one of the reasons that Giorgio is suggesting that is because when you arrive on the mountain just above the top, you're free to turn in any direction in the lift that you find. If you're below the top of the mountain, you have to turn away from the mountain, and you have to have some security, some safety, and move away a little bit. So you may not be able to stay all the time in the best lift. So you lose quite a lot of time in getting back up to the top of the mountain where you're free to turn in the lift again.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because we have a 4 glider now looking in the screen, and 3 glider are the same model, and the Giorgio Galetto glider is a different model. And maybe we will see some differences during the last glide. Look now, Sebastian is lower. It's just at the ridge. The other guys are higher. They are in a pretty better position right now. And Giorgio is looking from behind. He's not stupid. He's waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, there's still 60 kilometers to go, and there's everything to play for.
Yeah, for these guys now, all the points are in the next thermal. There's 10 points in this group.
Christophe starts to climb. Yeah. Look.
Christophe Abade
and Laura didn't see.
Yeah.
But Sebastian will see the guys still coming in, because we know there's a pack still coming towards the turning point, and Sebastian will be able to see them if they're climbing. So maybe he spotted them and he's going to run for them.
He stopped to climb. Yeah.
With Roman, he got the time.
Yes, because Roman's in the mix as well. Now we've got his tracking information back. They're just under the 1200 meter mark. So we're just waiting for the climb information to come through for Sebastian's glider. Yeah, he's just coming up meter and a bit now. There's a good overhead shot. Thanks, Benji. That's great.
It's looking really busy there, Sean.
Very busy, yeah. So there's one group going from right to left who have just left this climb, and then we've got Giorgio Galetto, Peter Panic, Christophe Rouge, Christophe Abade, Sebastian, and Roman Mershek in there as well. If we could have a sideways view of it, we could actually see who's on the top of the pile, and it will be who twitches first, who leaves first. This will be the last thermal, do you think?
Not sure. Not completely sure. Probably, for sure, the next one will be the last one. But we have to see how they approach the certain point, which speed they decide to fly, and also which direction, which track they want to follow. If they go left for the mountains and then they go to the turning point, or if they go to the hill that are now in the center of the screen, that is the Chiasso Hill, just south. It's the border between Switzerland and Italy, and that's a good area normally for finding thermals in the flat. We have to see. Giorgio is well experienced in that. He did a lot of time here, so we will see how he will deal.
We know there's a decent climb here. Rasmus from Denmark is a good 200-300 meters above them, and they're all still climbing. So Sebastian just under a meter, Christophe Abade half a meter at the moment. So the bottom part of this thermal seems to be working better than the middle part, and the top part, Rasmus is now leaving now and left that thermal, but at least he's marked it for the others.
Yeah. Probably they continue a little bit to climb because the altitude is not good enough. They want to reach the point there. Yeah, it's Rasmus coming toward us.
Yeah, I think that they have to climb again.
Yeah.
Is it Boleto, the next one? They were on the way to...
Yeah, but I don't think they will go to... Probably they will go first to the turning point and then to the mountain.
Okay, so they've climbed for the coming home.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then they don't have to worry about the airspace.
Exactly.
They don't get stuck.
Exactly. Because they overfly the airspace. That's the point.
And we can see that Rasmus and Thilo are arriving high here, so they must have climbed to a much bigger altitude before, which means that these guys will arrive in the next thermal, the leading guys, and they won't need to climb very much. They'll only need to climb a couple of 100 meters to get the height to come home.
This is a slow climb, though. These guys are they're not climbing as well as they have been climbing, and this is giving the others a chance to catch up. Yeah. So we could have another group that will come and catch these guys up.
I think also some tactics is involved in this, because nobody wants to move first, because you always know when you are in front of the group, if the other they get the thermal, you don't get any information about that. So probably they are now controlling a little bit each other and see who is going to move first.
For sure. If we see exactly the situation on the last day, then the guys who are behind, they would be gone now.
Yeah.
They would be leaving now, saying, okay, I'm going to go, you catch me, see what you can catch me. Now he's saying, no, I don't go.
No.
Yeah, let's see what else you do, because they know at the end it's going to be down to a few seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah. But Thilo's leaving now, but he's got 20 kilometers to get back to this climb.
Exactly.
He's dropped back a long way now in this fight.
So we can expect to have an arrival, a finish with 5 or 6 gliders altogether, which is impressive to see from the ground. So in some minutes I have to leave, because I have to be ready when they are coming to organize what they are going to do for landing.
Well, thank you for your time and your insights. It's been great. Thank you, Giorgio. Perhaps we'll see you tomorrow?
Sure. I like a lot. It's a very nice system. Yeah. I will be here also tomorrow.
Great. Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you again.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Ciao. So Kai Lindberg has just been pointed out to me. He's just coming back into the bottom of this climb, but unfortunately he's still got to go round turn point 2. And Thomas Gostner we can see off in the distance. He again, as Brian was saying, will know that the race is over, and for him, and he's just enjoying the scenery. Tom Claffey looks like he's come back to the airfield and landed. The altitude, 242 metres, is the altitude here. So it looks like he's back and safe. Yeah, in fact, we've got visual confirmation now. That the screen we're looking at now is the start-finish line off in the distance. The leading group climbing here. They're just biding their time and working. They'll all be watching each other, trying to work out who twitches first and who leaves.
The great thing about Grand Prix scoring...
There you go, Brian. Let's turn your microphone on.
Yeah, the great thing about Grand Prix scoring is once you know the race is over for you, you don't have to just dribble on into the night until you land in the field. You know you're going to get 0 points. You know you're a long way behind, so you can come home.
Yeah.
And it's a much different type of competition to conventional or old glider racing, where the guy who was at the end could still score a lot of points if he just kept going and kept going and kept going until the end of the day.
Yeah. There's 3 of us here all watching just to see who twitches first and who leaves. The top of the stack looks like Christophe Aberdet and Christophe Rouche, Giorgio Galetto just below, and Sebastian and Roman working really, really hard to try and catch up. And Peter Panek at the bottom of the pile there. Kai Lindberg has now moved off. He was lagging a bit behind.
Yeah, it's a big risk here for these guys, because if you're at the top and you really don't want to go, there's a risk that you wait a little bit too long, and as the strength of the thermal dies, the guys below you catch up really quickly, and then suddenly any advantage you gained is lost. Now is the time we find out which are the best pilots. Now's the time we see who's going to have the courage to say, okay, I'm going to go. My rate of climb is dropping. It's time to get out of here, and be confident you're going to find the next thermal and beat the other guys home.
Here's a great view Benji's found us. Christophe Abadet at the top of the pile, looking down on the other gliders, almost as if it were real. Actually, it's exactly what it looks like, with the exception of the trails behind them. So nobody's twitched yet. Everybody's still climbing. And Christophe Abadet climbing now 1.5 meters on the top of the pile. Sebastian, you can see just underneath him. Roman underneath him. Christophe Rouche just behind him, a little lower, and Giorgio Galetto in the mix there as well.
They've been in this thermal a long time. It's not been a great thermal. I'm surprised, because this is probably the longest climb they've had, but they're only up at 1,600 meters. I get the feeling that they don't expect to get another thermal, that they think this is going to be the last one they get. It's going to be quicker to go direct, and if they can get maybe 1,700 meters here, it'll be enough to make the final glide.
And is that Christophe just leaving now? Yep, looks like he's left the thermal. And Christophe Rouche has gone with him. Giorgio Galetto's left too, and Roman. And Sebastian will see them leaving on the next turn. It'll be interesting to see if he stays and has another turn or two, or whether he follows them down the next leg. Peter Panek was a little lower, so we expect him to take 1 or 2 more turns. No, Sebastian has left with them. I'm just looking to see the distance they've got to go.
What's the distance to go there, Sean?
30.1 kilometres for Roman. We can see in the bottom. So 30 kilometres to this turn point, and then they've got about 30 kilometres to come back. So 60k to go.
Yeah, it's still marginal. That's not a comfortable glide. They're going to have to slow down a bit, or they're going to have to find something else. If they slow down, it should be okay. But they cannot continue to fly at the sort of cruising speeds they had before and still expect to make that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that Roman's flying at 100 kilometres an hour, so that's pretty slow.
Yeah, they've really decided that they can just about do it now, because when you fly slow, you use less energy, and as you're using less energy, you get a better glide angle, and so you can go a little bit further for the altitude you have, but of course you do it more slowly. It doesn't matter now. If any of these guys makes a turn and the others don't, he loses more than 20 seconds. It's going to be 20 to 30 seconds a turn, and that's crucial in this situation, because in this first 5 or 6 places will probably be less than a minute in the finishing time, and any one of them could lose 3 or 4 points now just for one turn. So they will all be sweaty now. They'll be thinking, am I going to make it? Is it okay? They'll have their computers working away. They'll have a little symbol on their computer which will give them the information they need. And I think that the line on the computer will be just above where they need for the
whether
glide.
they're on glide or not.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course, normally you would expect to have a little bit over glide, so that you have a little bit of safety or security, because what you don't want is to find that some sinking air, or the wind's a little bit different lower down, and as you come on the last 5-10 kilometers of the glide, you're not quite going to make it. There's 2 reasons for that. It's really going to damage your score if you have to slow right down, or if you don't make it, but also there is nowhere to land in the last 10 kilometers between Control Point and Varese Airport, the Varese Airport. So they need to be certain by the time they get to the control point that they're going to get.
Benji's giving us a great elevation view of the 4 gliders out in the lead. Roman out in front, but a little lower. Christophe Rouche and Christophe Abadet a little higher, a little bit more comfortable. In fact, Christophe Abadet flying about 130, 140 kilometers an hour at 1,400 meters, whereas Roman is 30.
Roman's turned. Has he turned?
I think we've lost the tracking information.
Okay, that's what it is. So, yeah. That would have surprised me, because Roman's isn't the sort of guy to give away the situation. He can smell a victory here. He can sense that he's just a little bit out in front. He can see there's nobody ahead of him, and if he's got the height, he knows that the big problem he's got now is, can somebody pounce at the last minute? Can somebody just get that little bit of extra energy and overtake him in the last few kilometers?
Well, if they do, they'll be French.
Yeah, well, look, Sebastian's right behind, looking right up the back of Roman's glider. I mean, that's pretty close. He's a little bit lower. He can't accelerate past Roman's, but a little bit of energy and he could come up close to him. This is going to be a pretty exciting end of the race today. This is a great thing about Grand Prix racing. One place is a lot of points. One place is a point, and a point is a in this type of scoring. And there's no point in trying to hold back a little just to get an average. You need to get your nose in front and you need to finish ahead.
We're just trying to work on another view as soon as you can, Benji, as this one we've just lost the tracking. This one, that's good, if we can have that one. And looks like they've stopped to climb. Just, there we go. Yeah. They've come back onto the, can't remember which the ridge is here. It must be the one, Mont Saint George, that they've picked up, and they decided to stop and climb. So we've got Sebastian, Christophe Rouge, Christophe Abadet, Giorgio Galetto, and Roman, we believe, is in there. They're just the wrong side of the hill, so we're just getting a bit of interference in the tracking. But as soon as we get a bit of altitude there, we'll pick them up again. Benji's working frantically next to me to give us a better view of what's going on. Looks like a meter and a bit climb here. Roman coming in from the side.
Now we'll find out who's got the courage to go first, or who's prepared to take the risk to go first. I have a feeling Sebastian will catch them up here, because there's a good chance the lift will be slightly stronger lower down, and he might get a little bit better rate of climb and come up with the others. If he's still 50, 100 meters below when they leave, he's definitely not going to get back before them.
Yeah, this is a much better climb than last time. 1.5, 2 meters.
They were all too cautious. They're all too cautious, but it doesn't matter because all the points guys are in the same group.
Yeah.
So they know that they don't have to worry about the other people catching them up.
We were talking a bit about Peter Panek earlier. He's been done really well.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Peter because he's not so experienced at this sort of flying, and he's a little bit nervous about it, and he's doing really well here. He's learned how to fly with the others. He's learned the tactics. Like all these pilots, he's a very talented pilot. He's very clever, and he's a very good handling pilot. But learning the tactics, learning when to push and when to hold back, is very important, and it seems that Peter's getting the hang of this.
Now they've got a little bit more altitude, we're getting a clearer signal from them, and we're just getting a better view now of them climbing. We're just trying to work out who's on top there. Looks like Christophe Rouge and Christophe Abadet. Roman Merchek's in there, Sebastian's not far away. Giorgio Galetto's in the mix there, although we're having a little bit of trouble with his tracker. And Peter Panek at the bottom of that climb. And on another screen, we've just seen that there is a chasing pack, but they're 10 kilometers behind.
And where's Didier at the moment? Is he a long way behind?
Well, he's 10, 12 kilometers behind by the look of it.
Well, he's not going to catch him now, but he may be in the points at the end of it. He may be able to get a point or so.
What we could do is just change to that screen, so we can see Didier coming into that climb, and he'll see the others in front. We'll just quickly flick to that screen, so you can see on the left-hand side of the screen the leading pack, and there is a second pack, and Didier's just behind that. They're about 10 kilometers, we think, behind.
So there are five sailplanes in the first pack. I think it's 5, and so that's down to 5 points. So the second pack will also be having a good race because they know that the first 4 or 5 of those to get home are going to be in the points. And it's really important to stack up some of those points to win the points in the first race or two, and not to end up with having to have a big catch-up at the end of the week. I think Didier and Thomas don't look like they're going to get in the points, and René looks like he's out. But maybe we're looking at Ricardo, Rasmus maybe at the end there, and who else have we got there? We got Kai, could be. So there's still quite a group there who could end up with some points between them. They're doing the same thing as the last pack. They're waiting and waiting on the top of Campo de Fiori. They haven't seen the leading group, who are climbing much better ahead.
And we're back with the sorry, it's not the leading group actually, that's the second group. We're seeing the leading group is off to our left, and we're just going to try and get that group. We can see them now climbing again.
And how high are they now? We've got an altitude.
They're just under 1,800 meters.
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, they should have the altitude now. They should have their final glide. They're probably looking for a final glide at 180, 200 kilometers an hour, which means that 1,800 meters should be fine. So we can expect to see them leaving any minute. It's really not easy to work out when to leave, because you know if you leave a little bit too soon to fly at maybe 170, 180, and the other guy behind you takes a few more turns and gets a bit more altitude, he can fly just a little bit faster. And if that gives him the opportunity to pass you on the glide, there's nothing you can do about it. So the point at which you leave now is really, really critical.
We've got another screen here, which is goal altitude. It is using a combination of total energy to work out how much more they need to climb before they're home. Ignore the label at the top, we'll sort that for tomorrow. But looks like Christophe Abadé has got the least amount to climb. It just keeps swapping with Giorgio and Sebastian. They're all very, very close. So 150 more meters they need to climb, according to our calculations, to get home at, well, probably racing speed rather than best glide. Yeah, we're just getting confirmation
so
of that.
That calculation is made at a glide ratio of 1 in 30. The amazing thing about final gliding in sailplanes is it nearly always works out about 1 in 30, because you have the higher performance gliders, like these gliders, which do 1 in 50 is the best they can do. If they're flying at 200 kilometers an hour, then they're going to be doing about 1 in 35, something like that. So with a safety margin, 1 in 30 is a very good, comfortable final glide for them. Only 100 meters left to get and they're home. Well, I think they're home now if they wanted to be. But nobody wants to go, nobody wants to be the one to go out slowly ahead.
I think they're just leaving. Sebastian and Christophe Rouche look like they're leaving. Well, that's the tracker information that we have. The others, we've just lost them. Hopefully we'll pick those up as they get a little bit further down track.
Who's going to pounce?
Yeah.
Because what we might see here is that Christophe Abadé is not so experienced at this sort of flying, and he could have decided to wait for the others to leave. Oh no, he's out in front. Well, and then just sit a little bit higher. And as they come to the last 5 or 6 kilometers, to use that little bit of altitude to pass them on the final glide.
So it looks like Brian's off to go and get ready for the finish. It looks like we're going to have a very exciting finish with 5 pilots within maybe a minute of each other. Benji working really hard to give us a good sideways view of this. We're just going to switch the screen over now. That looks great. There we go. So we've got altitudes on the labels, which is really helpful. Here, just lost the tracking, which is really annoying, but we'll hopefully have something a little bit better tomorrow. But we know these 3 gliders are very close together, with Christophe Abadé and Christophe Rouche out in front and Sebastian just behind. And we're just looking a little bit further back to see who else is around. Giorgio Galetto was there, and we've if we can just have a scaled out picture so we can have a better view of the chasing pack as well. Hopefully we'll have better tracking information as they get a little closer to the airfield. Last time we looked, they were just under 20 kilometres to the turn point, and as they turn around the turn point, we'll have a clearer view as they come back towards the airfield. From the next turn point, they have a total of 30 and a bit kilometres to go, and they go through a little checkpoint which just goes over the top of the hospital here in Varese. Not because they need it, but that's just a little turn point to straighten the leg, so they have a straight-in approach towards the runway. We'll talk a little bit about the finish line. There's no speed limit at the finish, but they have an altitude limit, and I believe it's 350 meters above sea level, which is 100 meters above the airfield, with the finish line right the way across the middle of the airfield. And then they'll go past, take the energy out, and they'll be able to turn around and then come back and land. So we've got a little bit better tracking information now. Sebastian now 1,500 meters, Christophe Rouche in the background. Peter Panek a little higher, but a lot further back, 1,800 meters. Sebastian now 105 kilometers, so he's being very conservative here. He's not putting the pedal down yet. 13.5 kilometers to the next turn point, so 13.5 and 30, so 43 kilometers to run. Yeah, tracking information is coming back now. So we've got Christophe Abadet, who's a little further to the north, Christophe Rouche a little higher than Sebastian, and a couple of 100 meters behind him. Be great if we could see all the Christophs. There we go, great. So there's nothing in it between these three. A couple of 100 meters separating them. So it's who can glide the best, really, and who will make the best turn through the turn point. They're probably not going to stop and climb again. This is it. So it's all about energy management. So they'll be looking at the ground, looking at this line of hills and this ridge that we can see in front of us on the right-hand side, and working their way. In fact, you can see Sebastian is preferring to be on the right, a little further over the top of that. We still don't know where Romain or Giorgio Galetto are, but we know they're not too far behind. We're just checking on the tracking information on the second screen, and just taking a look back. Yeah, we can see Giorgio Galetto. He's not far behind, a kilometre at most behind. So we're not quite sure what happened to him. Maybe he didn't get quite as good a climb as the others in the last thermal, but there's not a great deal in it. We've got a great view coming up as they come into the turn point. We still don't know where Romain is. We're pretty sure he's in the mix somewhere, and we're just picking up some data from him now. And he's gone a lot further south than the others. That'll be interesting. He's 1,400 meters, so he's 50 meters above Sebastian. Yeah, there's a great view as they're coming into the next turn point. And at the speed that they're travelling, Christophe Rouche now is picked up the speed, 170 kilometers an hour, and Christophe Abadet the same. They'll need to be careful as they go into this turn point. You go too fast, and won't quite go past it, but you'll fly too far into the barrel. You only just need to clip it and come back out. This is interesting. They've stopped. They've stopped to climb. We didn't think they would need a climb. Having worked out that they didn't need it, now they have stopped to climb, which is really odd. Unless it's a really good climb, I don't understand why they've stopped. And Brian's disappeared. And Giorgio's not here, so they can't give us any insight into this. But they're all still staying together, which is interesting. They're just watching each other, seeing which ones, who flinches first. It's day one. Roman Mercek. Yeah, we've got the altitude arrival height calculation on the right-hand side now. So Roman's well on glide. Christophe Abadet, Christophe Rouche is above glide now. Giorgio Galetto just a little below. And Sebastian Carva just below that. Peter Panek, we dare say, will roll on in a minute. And in 7th place, we've got Riccardo Brigliadori a little further back than that. So at the top of the stack, Roman Mercek, Christophe Rouge, Sebastian Carva, Christophe Abadé are all swapping places. All be looking at each other in this final climb. We'll just see if we can get a sideways view to see how they're climbing. It looks like just under a metre per second that they're climbing. And it looks like Sebastian and Roman have decided to leave. So that last climb, Roman slightly south of the fleet, picked that up, managed to stay higher than the others, and that's all it's taken to get out in front. And we're pretty sure now that they won't stop again. This is it to the finish. Roman not flying very fast, 100 kilometers an hour. Sebastian about the same. And they may have even stopped again. Yeah, they look like they stopped again. So nobody's taking the initiative and pushing on. Peter Panak has dropped back now. Giorgio Galetto has got back in with the group, but he's about 20-30 metres below the other guys. Still all to play for. So any one of 4 or 5 gliders here could win this. The 3 main contenders, Sebastian, Christophe and Christophe, just trading places at the top now. The calculation we have has got no safety altitude in it, so it may not include the altitude for the finish line. It's calculated from the deck, apparently, so they need to be 300 metres above this, so we're looking for them to be 300 metres plus 300 metres to cross the finish line. Although they've now, to confound us, have decided to leave again. Giorgio Galetto out in front. There is a penalty for being below the finish height. So they're going. They're asking their computers in the gliders to do the calculation to trade speed for altitude, or altitude for speed. And they're trying to work out how fast they can fly, but still stay over 300 meters. 40 kilometers away. Really, really tricky. And by this time, when you've been working this hard, your brain is scrambled, and now you're being asked to do lots of maths to work out whether you've got enough height to get back. And there's a great view that Benji's got us, Sebastian out in front, Giorgio Galetto in second, Christophe Rouge in third. We're not sure whether we've lost Roman's tracking again. Sebastian through the turn now. Heading back towards the airfields via the checkpoint. Giorgio Galetto going through, and Christophe Rouge as well. I don't quite know where the others are. Yeah, we've got Christophe Abadé, who at one point was on the top of the stack. Coming through. Where's Roman Mercek gone? We're looking for him. I'm just going to see if we've got a different view which will show him. There's a nice overhead. So Sebastian out in front, Christophe Rouge in second, Giorgio Galetto in third, Christophe Abadé in fourth, and we're pretty sure that Roman Mercek is around there somewhere, but we're not quite sure where. As soon as we can pick up the information, we'll let you know. And we've got some strange message come up on our screen. I hope it's not on yours. I think somebody needs to put another 50p in the meter. It was just on our screen. It wasn't on yours. So out in front, Sebastian. Now we're just trying to see how far they've got to go. 20 kilometres to the checkpoint, and it's 5.5 kilometres from there. So 25k to go. Sebastian now flying at best glide. Giorgio Galetto doing the same. By best glide, we mean the speed at which the glider sinks the least So it's around the 65, 70 knots mark, 120, 130 kilometers an hour. And they'll all be watching each other. We're just trying to get a better view for you of the gliders a bit closer together, but we're just missing a bit of tracking information. As soon as we get a better fix, we'll give you a side-on view or an overhead view. As we talked about earlier, we're hoping to supplement the tracking system with some better antennas which arrive tomorrow. So this kind of problem shouldn't happen. It's as frustrating as it for you as it is for us. So about 25 kilometers to go, and we know that Sebastian was out in front. Roman Mercek wasn't far away. Giorgio Galetto, Christophe Rouche and Christophe Abadet. Benji's searching for a better view. Well, we know they're on their way to the finish, and we'll start to pick them up in a minute. If we can go back to look at the chasing pack, because the first 10 places have got points, so we may have a look at that. We've actually got a little bit of tracking information coming back now with Sebastian, so we expect the others to come back too. And as soon as we've got 2 or 3, we'll give you a better picture. Yeah, so Sebastian now, he's got 24 kilometres to run, or 19 kilometres to the next turn point, and then another 5 to the airfield, and he's 1,000 metres above sea. He needs to be 300 metres above sea to cross the finish line, or be above 300 metres. Roughly 100 metres, sorry, 350 metres, approximately 100 metres above the airfield. And unfortunately we've lost the tracking again, but we've given you an overhead shot of the last leg and where the chasing group are, quite a long way north of track, climbing on the hills. Peter Panek there, who was in 5th place at one point, looks like he's in 6th now, quite high, coming into the penultimate turn point. Just looking a little further back, it looks like in 7th place will be Ricky Brigliadori. Rasmus from Denmark is not doing too bad. Uli Schwenk not far behind that, and then there's another chasing group with Kai Lindberg, Thilo Hollyhouse, Thomas Gosner has managed to get back up high, and Carlos Roca. The other person we haven't seen much of is René Vidal today, mountain pilot from Chile. We expect to see him enjoying himself, but not quite sure where he is today. Yeah, we've got Carlos Roca in the bottom of the screen, and we've also got there climbing away Lawrence Hurrien from South Africa. Now there's René Vidal. We found him not very high, René. 735 metres, that's not so good, actually, and he's not climbing either. But it's quite landable where he is, so he should be okay. In fact, he may be heading back towards the airfield. What we're trying to do is to just check to see if the tracking is coming back for the leaders, and as soon as we can give you the leaders, we will do. We're just changing back to the other tracking system, which gives us track 24. Yeah, so just bear with us with this screen, but as soon as we can get this reloaded, yeah, we've got some better tracking information, so we'll just change the screen now, if we can, and we can see them coming into the finish. Yeah, fantastic. Well done, Benji. So, out in front, we've got Roman Mercek, Maximilian. How did that happen? Maybe we lost somebody before, or we've got a wrong tracker. Christophe Rouche and Christophe Abadet I would have thought maybe we've got a mix-up in... I know Benji's waving his finger. We haven't got it mixed up. It is definitely him. We have no flam for Max, so that explains a great deal. So we haven't been able to see Maximilian, one of the other French pilots. So it looks like three of the four French pilots are up in front. What we don't have is Sebastian. But again, we know we had a problem with his Track 24 tracker. So that's a shame. So a combination of the two tracking systems, and we haven't got a complete picture. But from what we can see, Roman Mercek in the lead, Maximilian in second, Christophe Rouche in third, and Christophe Abadet in fourth, Giorgio Galetta in fifth. We're pretty sure Sebastian's in there somewhere, and we'll get confirmation as they come across the finish line. They're just coming into the final checkpoint just over the hospital in Varese, and they'll just make a minor detour to the right. It just lines them up on the runway, and perhaps Benji will give us an overhead view of where the finish line is in a minute. Yeah, there we go. We're just about to change to that picture now. And there we go. The green bar in front of you is the finish line. Now, what they have to be very careful of is the altitude. They need to be a minimum of 350 meters to cross the line. They can go below it, and then I think they can go below it and then pull up just before. No, they shouldn't be doing that. As Benji's waving his finger next to me. But the altitudes we've got here are GPS altitudes, not pressure altitudes, and they're very close. GPS altitude is nothing like as accurate as pressure altitude, and it's pressure altitude that the referee Roland Stuck will be looking at. And if we can get a sideways view as they come across the line, that would be great. And we're just changing views. And we'll give that to you now. That's okay, Benji, just go for that one. So I can see him working very hard on it next to me. There we go. We're not quite sure where Sebastian is, but we know he's pretty much in the mix. But Roman looks like he's going to be the first of the ones we are tracking crossing the line, followed by Maximilian and Christophe Rouche and Christophe Abadet. And through the line now, Roman Mercek, followed by Maximilian Saez, Christophe Abadet and Christophe Rouche, and then Giorgio Galetta. Fantastic close racing, and that's what Grand Prix racing is all about. So as soon as we've got confirmation of where Sebastian was, we'll let you know. In the meantime, what we'll do is give you an overhead shot of the next group coming in for the next set of points. And we hope to have much better tracking information for tomorrow. And we've got picture-in-picture now of the aircraft on the airfield, and we're just trying to work out who the first three are. We a bit like Grand Prix racing, car racing. We have them going into Parc Fermé. So we're just trying to see from the picture who the first three gliders are. Yeah, what's interesting about this previous winner of the Grand Prix, the reigning champion, Didier House, didn't have the best of races. In fact, looking at the position he's in at the moment, doesn't look like he's going to score any points. Peter Panek, who competed last time in Sisteron, I think did he get a point on the last day? I think he'd get 1 point for the entire week. So in this race, he's scored 3 or 4 times as many points. as he did in one race last year. So that's great for him. So we're going full screen now, just to see what's happening on the airfield, and hopefully we'll be able to see the tail numbers of the three gliders. Not quite enough detail. That's a 29 with a red nose. Who was that one then? Sorry, it's a JS1. Oh, so it was one. That would probably be Foxtrot Charlie. So that's Christophe Rouge. Oh, sorry, Maximilian. He's flying a JS1. Yeah. So we can't see the tail numbers, and they're all rolled off the side of the screen. So if we can go back to the Silent Wings view, that'll give us. That's fantastic. Thank you, guys. And we'll see Peter Panek come back through the final checkpoint, and then he'll be across the line. Benji's just giving us a better view. My colleague here, Benjamin Neglish, he's getting all excited because he's French. So having 3 French pilots in the top 4 is pretty good. And no doubt Eric Napoleon will be looking quite smug, wandering around in the pit area. So we're just waiting for Peter to run through the checkpoint, and the picture-in-picture we've got the area outside the tug hangar. Beyond that, you can see the competitors' restaurant, and there's a big screen in there where they're watching the racing. We've got lots of VIPs and lots of the sponsors here today, which is great. Thank you all very much for contributing towards the event. Another nice view of the airfield and Monte Rosa in the distance. Fresh snow on the mountains after the storms the last few days. As the days are drawing in a bit now, the first snow of the winter. So we'll probably wind up our commentary now. Unfortunately, we weren't able to confirm where Sebastian came. If anybody out there can tell us, and come to the commentary room and let us know, and we'll give you the results. So we'll wind down for now. We'll leave the screen showing you the picture-in-picture and the leave you with the tracking on, so you can see the competitors finishing. And we just had a phone call actually to tell us that first was... Sorry.
Kawa is first or second.
We think Sebastian Kawa was either first or second. It was very, very close on the line. So we'll actually have to wait for the IGC traces to be downloaded. You would think it would be possible to work out who was first going across the visual line, but actually it's really, really tricky. And there's Peter Panek just coming through the finish line. So he'll fly to the south of the airfield, reduce his energy, turn right, and then come back in and land. So actually it might be quite interesting to stay with him and just see him do his circuit. I've got Ola from Silent Wings behind me. When can we get the water dumped out to the back of the gliders as they come in to finish? Yeah, looks like Peter didn't listen to the briefing this morning. He was supposed to turn right. So anyway, he's made a turn. Nobody else around. Plenty safe enough, and he'll come back in and land on the airfield. Benji's gone off to confirm the results, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we know, as Peter comes into land. Okay, so that's us signing off from here. As soon as we've got some more information for you, we'll let you know. Cheers.